I'll mention that right at the beginning.
Fire insurance.
3 days.
Good evening, everyone. I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Coast Salish people, including our near neighbors, Shannon First Nation and South First Nation. Welcome to the Finance meeting of September 11th, 2023. Please be sure to have your cell phones turned off during the meeting. There are 5 meetings this evening. The first is the Finance Committee meeting, which is the one I'll be chairing. The Community Planning Committee meeting, Public Works and Protective Services, Environment and Natural Areas, and then the Council meeting. At each meeting, there will be an opportunity for the public to speak at public participation. This is an opportunity for you to speak to a topic pertaining to that specific meeting. I just want to also acknowledge we had a Chosen Community Day yesterday, which was formally our community fair. And I want to thank all the volunteers who helped plan and organize this event. It's been before COVID, which seems like it was a long time ago. It wasn't, so we haven't had it for a few years. And we had a much smaller event, and I must say it was quite delightful. So thank you to everybody who made that happen, and under the competent leadership of our resident Violet Mitchell, who I think will be speaking this evening on it as well. Okay, so committee. On the first part of the agenda, we have agenda additions and approval, and I'd like to strike out that we will not be having presentations this evening. So that will be a change to the agenda. Are there any other additions or changes? I have a motion to approve, please. Motion by Mayor Little and second by Councillor Chicken. Next on the agenda is public participation. So is there anyone from the community that would like to speak? Please step up to the mic, state your name and the street in which you live. You have up to 4 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Hi, Vio Mitchell, 4198 Stillmeadow Road. Thank you, Councillor Sharon Donaldson, for acknowledging the Chosen Community Day. This was the first time after 3 years. It was a bit of an experiment. Could we develop an old Chosen Day? We had some good feedback. We're expecting more feedback. What we'd like to do is come to Council in October with a full report. We're still getting in the costs. But what I really just wanted to do is really issue actually a special shout out and thanks to the District of Machosen staff, who really have helped us, advised us, shared their expertise, and really made yesterday possible. And I really want to really shout out particularly to Sue Lynn, Tina and Amber, Gord, Nick and Trevor, Stephanie, Jacob, Gloria and their teams. I just cannot underscore enough how we could not have done this day without them. So I really just wanted to say that before we come back with a full report. And I really actually want to acknowledge so many of the volunteers in this room. I think well over just about everybody in this room volunteered in some way or another. We had all ages volunteering, from 6 years old to close to 95. And I just really want to say it was great to have the day back. We do recognise there were things that went really well. There were things we could improve, and we're really welcome and all feedback from everyone. And Councillor Shukin, many thanks to spending 6 hours on a hot Saturday liming a field. I think we've learned a lot about parking. I think we're probably going to want a parking plan. We learned a lot. But I just wanted to say thank you, and we'll come back in mid-October with a full report, costs, and really what we think we can do in the future. What I will say is I think we did run a day that we were able to manage successfully. I don't personally at this point think we can get much bigger, but we will come back when we've done all the accounting. But just a big thanks for your support, and a big shout out to the staff and all the volunteers in this room and elsewhere, and we'll come back with a full list. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Before I begin, this is the first opportunity I've had to congratulate the new council, so best wishes. Brian Domney, 4840 Jelinek Place. I'm going to read because people know I can sort of go off on things. There's an issue which has concerned me for some time, and given that the issue is connected to one of the organizations being considered for tax exemptions by council this evening, I thought it timely to raise the matter here. Here we go. The eastern gray squirrel is an invasive species resident in the entire southern Vancouver Island region, and has been included in the list of Schedule C species by the Ministry of the Environment. From an eastern gray squirrel poster on the invasive species section of the Ministry of Environment website, it states, "Why should we care? Eastern gray squirrels compete with and displace native squirrels, compete with native birds for tree cavities and bird feeders, damage native trees and seedlings such as Gary oaks, are costly to homeowners as they dig up lawns, meet garden bulbs, chew on wire, remove shingles and shakes, and chew through eaves to nest in attics, roofs, and chimneys, damage trees, and deplete nut production. How can we stop them?" This is from the same poster from the Ministry of the Environment. How can we stop them? Do not possess, breed, release, sell, or transport eastern gray squirrels in British Columbia. Do not feed eastern gray squirrels. Control access to attractants and use a squirrel deterrent in bird seed. Now, from the hunting regulations in the Ministry of the Environment, it states, "For all Schedule C species, there is no closed season or bag limits. Furthermore, there are no requirements to remove edible portions or report the killing to an officer. You do not need a hunting license to capture, hunt, or kill the following Schedule C wildlife: American bullfrog, green frog, snapping turtles, North American possum, eastern cocktail, European rabbit, nutria, gray squirrels, fox squirrels, house sparrow, European starling, and rock dove." Now, I understood, and in fact confirmed today, that Wild Art continues to accept eastern gray squirrels, rehabilitate them, and release them in the region. A staff member confirmed to me today that this centre has a permit from the provincial government to possess them, and that staff member also stated that the permit allows them to release them, which she said they do. Now, I want there to be no misunderstanding about my personal views of the Wild Art Centre. I am and have been for a long time a supporter of the centre, and on many occasions have taken injured native birds there. I understand that they're committed to saving life, native or introduced. That's what they will do if they can legally. Assuming that the permit the centre has does in fact allow them to possess and release eastern grey squirrels, the contradiction has been created by the provincial government, and responsibility for resolving it lies there too. My concern is the council is considering subsidizing the operation of an institution which, in one very minor way, is acting against the environmental interests of the community. I'm not suggesting that Wild Art not get their tax exemption. I think they should. I do think it appropriate for council to consider this issue and perhaps let Wild Art know its view on it. I will continue to work my way through the bureaucracy with the goal of eliminating the clear contradiction in government policy on gray squirrels as my way of helping our beloved Douglas squirrels reestablish themselves here. Thanks.
Anybody else like to have a word?
Chris Moore, 4545 William Head Road. I just wanted to pick up a little bit quickly and briefly on Leo's comment and pass on an accolade to both Jill Peterson and to Leo. We were one of the nonprofits whose tent did not actually blow over. And the one thing, we all know what a great event this was, but there was significant risk in this year with respect to traffic management. And I don't know who took that on, whether it was our works folks or whatever, but there was an absolutely stellar job. And I think the whole event would have been very problematic if that had not happened. So, thank you.
Is this the right time?
Are you talking about your petition?
Well, it's a letter, it's an expression of interest.
I might suggest you wait for the planning committee meeting.
Sure. Okay. Well, do you want to pass those around for each of you?
Sure.
The planning committee meeting will be right after this one.
Yeah.
There's
Is that
one for each of you.
Okay. Jeanette, is that okay to? Okay, great. Yeah. I'll hold on. I'll keep them for when you come up next.
Anybody else have anything for the finance committee meeting? Okay, if not, we'll move on. Okay, so council, turning to page 9, the finance committee meeting of July 17th, adoption of the minutes.
I would move adoption.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Mayor Little. And then on page 13, receipt of the minutes, Agriculture Advisory Select Committee meeting for June 7th, 2023.
Councillor Donaldson, I don't have that. Is that? No, I just have the July 17th Finance Committee meeting.
My error, it's page 11, sorry, page 11 is the Finance Committee report from our interim CAO, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So could I ask Ms. Tarnowski to speak to this, please?
Councillor Johnson, one thing, I think we just have to formally adopt the minutes. So I moved adoption. I don't know if anyone's second.
Oh, sorry, call
Yeah,
the
it's
question.
okay.
Yep, so we want to move it in a second, or we just need to call the question?
Call the
Okay.
question, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. All in favor?
All in favor? Carried, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
So now we're on to reports. Thank you.
Good evening, committee. So the finance report in front of you is for both up until August. We normally, if we had a regular meeting schedule, which means that's 3 meetings per month, you'll see this report on a monthly basis, but because of the modified summer schedule, you're seeing combination of July and August at the same time. So what I've included in the report is outlined just for the committee's attention, the unfavorable variances only for the expenses. So what that means is that as of at the end of August, those expenses are over the budget. Now, there are a few items that are not included in the expense side, which currently looks unfavorable. Those include the grants, because we know there's matching grant coming in for revenue, but those haven't been received and recorded yet. So, so that part of the expenses for the grant were not noted in the variances. Along the same line as well as the variances for the revenue, which is favorable, because if we're getting more revenue than anticipated, those obviously are favorable and it's not included in the report. So as of the end of August, there is nothing in terms of both expense and revenue-wise that would give any indication that we will not be close to our budget for the year. What else is there to bring attention to that? Yeah, so that's about it for the summary. So if any questions, I'll be taking questions that you have.
I have two questions. On page 12, in your table here, there are two things here. One, treatment plant maintenance. Is this what you've referred to in the past of changing the verbiage to be the septic system, or do we actually have a treatment plant?
It's the treatment tank. Yeah,
Tank. Okay.
yeah, it's not so much the plant, yeah. Those pumps blew, so we had to replace them.
Okay. Great. And the one just below it about the municipal vehicle, can you tell me which municipal vehicle it is?
It's the van.
The van. Okay. Thank you. And on page 29, at the top of page 29, this would be under the arts and culture. We have two line items here. One is the Chosen School Museum Society, and it's 0. And the next one is the commission expenses for the Heritage Committee, I believe it was. And it's budgeted for $500.
Yeah.
Right. So as I recall, we had the Heritage Committee no longer is operational. So I would like to propose, and I'd like to make a motion to this, for the $500 to be moved to the Chosen School Museum Society, specifically for the funds to be spent on handicap parking, painting of the parking spot. Is that? Yes.
So we'll have to do that as a budget amendment itself.
Okay.
So this is just a report for
Right.
information.
Okay.
I would also suggest, because the amount is so immaterial, this $500, that if that's going to be spent on parking, that at the end of the day, the bottom line for this department, we'll call it the recreation and culture, it should still be overall, we should still be within budget. So the fact that the line item is different, overall we're still fine, because the amount is so small that it doesn't require budget amendment.
Okay. Okay. Madeline?
Yeah, sorry, can we go back to the treatment plant? Are you talking about at the old elementary school? Is that?
No, it's actually the plant that's by the writing ring is what I understand. I could be careful.
There's one right outside here. on the other
You
side of the
you mean
That's
a holding tank for septic? It's not a treatment plant, right? Doesn't treat
Yeah,
the,
no, I think you're correct, yeah, it's something.
a holding tank, okay, for septic.
Yes, between this building and Morley's Meadow. This is
Yes.
the septic field.
That's right,
Yes.
yeah.
I see, okay.
Councillor, yeah.
Yeah, I had a couple. One under the council expenses, what's a health tax?
We have to pay as part of the provincial health for the premium, for our medical services premium. There's a that we as an employer, over a certain limit of amount of employees have to pay to the province.
But this is under council expenses, I just,
So, because it's for the councillors, so it's under councillors, you'll see that same item under staff and stuff. Yeah, you see a health tax for each different various departments.
okay, the other thing was, on the public works, especially on pages 24 and 25, but there's quite a few items that are mostly contracted services that aren't listed as being in the budget, but they're there. Well, just the first one I noticed, for example, is the road maintenance contracted service, $88,000 and some dollars. And it's not listed as being in the budget, so how does that work?
Yeah, so which, let me just see, it's 24, is that
It's
page
down towards the bottom of page 24.
Under road marking.
No, under road maintenance contracted services.
So 2360-2700.
It's fifth from the bottom.
Oh, road markings. So for the public works, they're not itemized for the budget, so you see the total, it's all under salaries, even though it's not salaries, but, so the bottom line, the total, for example, the road markings is $95,000 is for all those various expenses. They're just not broken down into each of the line items. So the total budget is 95,000, sorry, not 9,500, 95,000 for the various expenses like the salaries and the contracted services. It's just the way that has been always done that way. So
it's all in the budget somewhere else.
it's all in the budget that we're saying total for the line markings.
Right.
That particular item is $95,000.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
25.
Any other questions for you, Councillor Schuster?
Through you, Councillor Donaldson. Ms. Tarnowski, just top of page 12, and there's a big variance between the actual spend and the budget in terms of administrative casual wages. Just curious as to why that would be.
Yeah, so I made a note of that. That will just be just a split because we do, we work with a detailed worksheet that actually splits the salary between regular full-time and casual expenses. So, casual employees. So it's just a salary split. So a total, again, if you look at it in total overall, we don't expect that to exceed the budget.
Okay.
So we'll just have to look closer next year, make sure that it is more in line, reflect the accurate anticipated wages for casual employee.
Any other questions? Would you like a motion to receive, or
Yeah, the motion is to receive the information, please.
moved by Councillor Gray and seconded by Mayor Lilly? Thank you very much for your report, Ms. Johnson.
Unless I'll stay with you because the next one's meeting.
Okay, on page 41. Yes. There we go.
It's okay.
It's still in summertime. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, so page 41, the report to council. Agriculture plan request for proposal, award contract.
That's all right, we're all a little rusty, so this should belong in the report to council, but it's in the finance package, that's okay. So this is just a report for, related to the RFP for the agricultural plan. The RFP was issued back in, just trying to think, July, and we received a total of 2 proponents. And the agricultural committee has made a selection. I've also included in the discussion that none of staff, either the contract planner or myself, were included in the assessment because we do know one of the proponents. So this is just a recommendation to council for the awarding of the contract to Upland Agricultural Consulting out of C-Shop.
Thank you very much.
So just the point that Councillor Donaldson will have to make that recommendation to council to approve, to award the contract.
Okay. Mayor Lilly?
Would you like a motion to that effect?
Yes, please.
So I would like to move to accept the recommendation of the chosen agricultural advisory committee with a budget of $40,000 to award the contract to Uplands Agricultural Consulting Limited. And then that's a recommendation to council, so we'll get a rise and report afterwards.
And second, so moved by Mayor Lilly and seconded by Councillor Schuster. All in favor?
Oh, sorry, I have one
question.
question. Yes, thank you. Now, thanks, Councillor Donaldson, for this. Is the Agricultural Advisory Committee on side with the Upland Agricultural Consulting Limited?
Yes, we had a meeting last week.
Okay.
Councillor Gray.
Thank you. I guess what I'm in support of getting this agricultural plan done, but I'm curious now, what's the scope of the plan? What are the parameters? It's $40,000, and I'm not clear at this point what we're purchasing. We just haven't seen any material on that. I know we're looking at the ALR policies, you know, and that from the Agriculture Committee with regards to buildings, sightings, and things like that already. The farmer market's been improved, but the farmers market folks, will this include mapping and that kind of thing, or what exactly would fall within the agricultural plan at this point? Recommendations to the district, to the province, to farmers themselves? CRD? I'm just not sure what we're getting.
So in the RFP itself, the scope of work is to look at the various laws and policies and bylaws, sorry, not laws, bylaws and policies that's within the district's control to support agriculture in the district. So in the RFP, the criteria is quite loose. So those will be determined, tightened up when we meet with the successful component and the agriculture committee.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No, I just have a comment. So this was recommendations from the Agriculture Advisory Group. They had gone through all of the proposal and decided on the one. So this was their recommendation.
They struck a subcommittee based on what the advisory committee had requested. There was quite a bit of deliberation through the summer on this, spring and summer. And one of our members had met with interim CEO Janeski and the planner to put together the RFP and what parameters and types of information should go into that. And going forward, the Upland Agricultural Consulting firm will be having various steps of the process. Will be some public engagement, some mapping, that sort of stuff to see what is pertinent that is for the chosen. And as we're realizing that in order to apply for grants, we are needing things like a plan. It's not just agriculture, it's accessibility. There's a variety of different things. It seems to be the way of doing business now is you need a plan first before you can get a grant. So this was, it's been a long journey to get to this point. So we're looking forward to the next couple of months and this being completed, I believe. We're hoping before the end of November, before we get into Christmas.
We gave them deadline of December 31st.
Yes, we did. But the committee's hoping it's going to be earlier, so we don't get into Christmas.
I guess
encourage them.
we'll flush it out when we have
Encourage them.
strata.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Gray.
Well, I think it's a great development. I mean, it's part of what we talked about in our climate action plan was developing and delivering on agricultural plan. So this will be the first big move in terms of the climate plan. So thanks for the work to the Agriculture Committee and to yourself as the liaison, Shelley.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Any other comments? Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Tennessee. Okay, so the last part of our agenda, the councillor's update. So although we've only had 2 meetings this summer, well, this group has only had 2 meetings this summer. I've had several meetings this summer. It's been quite busy. So starting with the Agricultural Committee, we have met, we're really only, in our terms of reference, meet 3, maybe 4 times a year, and we've already met at least 6 times. The agricultural plan being one of the big projects this year, and the RFP is complete. Now we're going to next steps. We've seen the shelters at the farmers market are all built now. Those were done in stages a number of years ago. There was one set done, now the final one is done, and all of the staying has been completed just in recent weeks. And I'm pleased to say that every weekend when they're setting up, I'm out there helping them with making sure people know where to safely park, because we've had a lot of congestion with the easement driveway that goes to the back property, plus parking on grass and stuff like that. So a lot of people now are getting the idea that we've got this nice big field over here in the summer months. It's hard packed, it's not underwater or anything, so it's a safe place to park and then walk down the driveway without anybody having injury, as well as the fire department parking at the back is cordoned off just for the call-outs for the volunteers. So the parking is starting to work a little bit better. I'm hoping in the future we'll get some signage or something else up. The Greater Victoria Public Library continued on with not the board meetings, but they had working group meetings, which somehow I've managed to put on. And so we're working on a strategic bridging plan. The focus there is service to our patrons, and that's all across Greater Victoria area. IACTI has been, which is the Intermunicipal Accessibility Committee for disabilities. They've been working on redefining their terms of reference. They've also been doing some social events, meeting at Colwood's Beats on the Beach. And interestingly enough, that when I met down there to meet them, very large crowds of people, there were probably 5 or 7 bands that were there, that no matter where they go, they always notice things that can be improved, you know, just little ledges that they're a walker or a person who you know, has a scooter and that can't get into certain areas and that. So it's a lot for me to learn as well. We don't have sidewalks in our community, but my colleagues that are also in the community do in, you know, Colwood and Langford and that. So there's lots of exchange of information and a lot of things to learn. It's a very valuable group with amazing experiences to share with our community. Museum Society, I was privileged to have a tour by the couple members of the board. Both Bert and Judith took the time one Saturday morning, several hours actually. And again, one of the topics we talked about was accessibility, which is why I was asking about the parking for, there was not we, because I wasn't part of it, but there was a big renovation done to the school museum in the last couple of years. And one of the things we're looking at now is we do have a lift there for people to be able to get into because the building was raised. But even before it was raised, it was still hard to have challenges with people with mobility challenges. So there's a nice lift that they can get in there, and it's flat on the, you know, there's pavers and whatnot, but we still need a designated parking spot right next to it. So this is why I requested the painting.
Councillor Johnson.
Yes.
Question, actually through you to Ms. Tarnowski on this matter.
Okay.
About the disability parking space for the museum. Is there any constraint as to why we can't act on that very quickly? It's been asked a number of times by the Museum Society staff. There seems to be, you know, a place for it. I'm not sure why it's taking so long to get it done, but.
So I believe I think there was a plan last term. I'm not sure what happened with it, but in this term, as you recall, we were going to have a parking management plan done, and it got taken out of the budget. However, the one spot can still be addressed.
Okay.
And parking plan could probably be, at some point, there's going to be a spot there, I suspect. So a very good question. Maybe Ms. Tarnowski can provide some update on that. As far as how immediate could we address that?
I'm not really familiar with that question. It hasn't been brought to my attention yet. But I would say that if it's something that, depending on who has to do the work, so I'm not familiar at all as to who would actually be doing the work. If it's something that will require a contractor, you get a quote for that. Depending on how much it is, we might be able to get that done immediately. So in short, I don't really have a good answer for you for that.
Okay.
but we'll have to speak a little more about that offline.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so, and then as we went through the tour, we looked at the buildings and different accessibility concerns as well. So those are things that I'm working on with them. Yeah, so that was really interesting to see. Bufferland Working Group has been going strong all summer. We've had at least 3 meetings in person and lots of research and dialogue. Machosen Community Day was also, there was lots of planning and evaluations of what was going to happen and that sort of thing at Machosen Grounds Group, which Councillor Schuken will report on a little bit later. I had the opportunity of my second term round of experience with being acting mayor for the summer, and on the condition that I was allowed to bring cake to the tea. So we must have cake, and we did it out actually in the pavilion, which was absolutely delightful. The weather's been great this summer, so it was lovely to be able to see and be able to use the pavilion more as well. It's the meeting the mayor for tea or coffee. It also happens indoors here, and it's a great place for residents to come and meet each other, talk about things that are concerning them in their neighborhood, which I really encourage people to come to it. It's, like I say, it's been my second time doing that, and I've learned a lot from the residents, and it's really an important venue, I think, for people to, they can't always make it to meetings like this or are not comfortable. As you can see, it's a full house tonight, so it can be a little bit intimidating. Other things that I've been involved with over the summer is quite a few of us had attended the Everything Water seminar that our colleague in the Highlands, Gord Baird, put on. That was very interesting, especially because we're dealing with our own water issues in the Chosen. Hans Hogson crosswalk ribbon cutting, which Councillor Epp will expand on a little bit later. And then the Maritime Forces Pacific Community Garden Party at the Admiral's House, which Councillor Gray and I had attended, which was delightful, other than the fact that I got stung by a wasp. But it was absolutely gorgeous afternoon. So with that ends this committee meeting, and so I'd like to ask for an adjournment to the Finance Committee, please.
Motion to adjourn.
Moved by Mayor Little and seconded by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Carried? Thank you.
Good. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the Community Planning Committee meeting of Monday, September the 11th. And we have a presentation tonight from Callum Matthews at the Tourism Vancouver Island, and he's going to be talking about an interesting development around short-term rentals in municipal and regional district tax, FCRs and also hotels, I believe. Okay. But before that, committee, are there any additions to the agenda? Mayor Little is pointing to the pinks, which we will add to correspondence under section 8. Okay. Hearing no further additions, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda, accept the agenda? Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor, Mr. Matthews, please come to the podium, and I'm going to switch seats here. So,
Good evening, everyone. My name is Callum Matthews. I'm the Vice President of Sustainability and Strategy at the Tourism Association of Vancouver Island, where we currently do business under the name 4VI. I was actually supposed to just be here to answer any questions that might come up following the presentation, which was supposed to be delivered by my colleague and Economic Development Officer with the District of Souk, Gail Scott, but she was unable to join at last moment as she's unwell. So I'm going to do my best to harness my best Gail impression and kind of walk you through the slide deck that she delivered. Gail has a really extensive background in economic development and tourism specifically, and she's been working through her role at the District of Souk to try to help create a new vision for how tourism can bring benefit to the residents of Souk and help also try to protect ecologically sensitive areas and contribute to a thriving local business economy. And one of the areas of interest for Gail is how neighboring communities can work collaboratively. I think when we all travel as individuals, we have no idea where different municipal boundaries are, and the visitors here on the island certainly don't know that either. So there's huge opportunity to work collaboratively, and Gail's done a ton of exciting work in that space. So I'll walk you through her presentation here and do my best to answer any questions afterward if there's time. So, first of all, MRDT, the Municipal and Regional District Tax. It's a provincial program that's been in place since the 1980s, and the goal of it is to really help support and manage the tourism industry across British Columbia. We kind of colloquially call it a hotel tax, and it's a fee of 2 or 3% that's collected from visitors at fixed roof accommodation properties. So it doesn't matter whether it is a formal hotel or motel or a short-term rental with an Airbnb proprietor. The tax is collected, remitted to the Ministry of Finance, and then flows to the community in question. And currently across the province, and certainly on Vancouver Island, the majority of communities are currently accessing funds through the municipal and regional district tax, with some of the communities and areas captured in the map here. But it's a little bit broader than what's captured there. And there's a fairly lengthy process to be able to access the funds that I won't get into a ton of detail here, but in short, you need to have the support of the tourism industry, which would include hoteliers, and then also from local government, and you need to have a really clear 5-year plan for what you'll do with the revenue. And this is, in short, you can think of it as a legislative tool available to communities to generate revenue to help invest in tourism and manage tourism so that it's working in a way that is balanced with the community and supporting a community's interests. So there was a recent change that enabled communities to increase the tax rate from 2% to 3%. And we're now seeing that happening across BC with, I would say now the majority of communities have either moved to 3% or intend to in the very near future. There was also a really positive change in that the eligible uses for the funds, which traditionally had been marketing, are now much more broader. So you can support what we would call destination development. So infrastructure that supports the visitor economy. And interestingly, it can also support affordable housing for the benefit of residents and community members. And recently the community on Cortez Island got MRDT in place, and they're using all of the funding to help support affordable housing developments. So an interesting change in the past few years. MRDT is collected, as I mentioned, pretty well any fixed roof property. It doesn't apply to campgrounds or RV parks, just fixed roof properties. And there's a little bit of a process where the Ministry of Finance, who administers the program, takes a really nominal administrative fee. I think it's somewhere around $10 a month per hotel that's paying the fee. And the rest of it goes to a designated recipient. So in the case of Souk, where they're currently pursuing putting MRDT in place, that would flow to the District of Souk as an organization, and they'd be responsible for executing the strategy. So a couple of things here around some of the eligible expenses I mentioned. Promotion and marketing was the traditional use, but with the way that we've seen the visitor economy grow, there was a lot of interest from the industry to support other types of investments, which are captured here. So we see lots of trails, signage, ambassador programs, strategic planning, operating visitor and information centers, and then that affordable housing piece, which can be used for planning work, survey work in a community, or actual construction and financing of projects over a long term. So here's a snapshot of the application process. You need to have a governance model in place. You have to have a high degree of engagement with the community, with local government, and with the tourism industry. You develop a strategic business plan, which really articulates a 5-year vision for what you'll do with the funds. And then it's important to note that it actually requires support from the proprietors of fixed roof properties that have 4 or more rooms. So a little typo on this slide. And you actually require a physical signature on a piece of paper from those accommodation providers with 4 or more rooms. And you have to have a majority in order to put it in place. And then support from local government, and then it goes into Destination British Columbia and the Ministry of Finance, who go through kind of a final approval process. And the ministry will eventually notify if you've been successful. And it generally takes about a year, start to finish, to have MRDT in place. Although it does really change depending on the size of the community and the complexity of the planning work required. A couple of key success factors around having MRDT come into place and actually be successful in the long term. Really strong local oversight of the spend and strategy. We at 4VI really believe that tourism only works when it's benefiting local residents, and ensuring that the MRDT plan is in tune with important planning documents like OCPs and other initiatives at a local level is really critical. Transparency, all clear financial reporting in terms of use of the funds, benefits that are resulting, and challenges, and strong local governments is really the most critical piece. Where we see challenges with MRDT is when there's a shaky governance structure in place. And then lastly, a couple other areas, having a clearly defined boundary. So for the District of Souk, who's embarking on the work, it'll be the boundaries of the district. But they are interested in some potential collaborations with neighboring communities as well. And then last but not least, whichever organization is managing the MRDT needs to have the capacity to do so. As with any sort of government program, there is a fairly heavy administrative component to it to ensure that there's good transparency in place and the plan's being actioned. So you need fairly high capacity organization or individual to manage that. So a couple of the benefits, first of all, it's consistent and reliable funding to communities. With the exception of a little blip in kind of 2020, 2021, funding year over year has been quite consistent. Typically increases sort of 2 to 8% a year, depending on what's happening. If there's a new hotel that comes into a town, there's obviously often a big jump. So it allows for long-term investment in the sector. Funds can be used to manage how tourism works in the community. And really, a best practice approach is trying to maximize the benefits and being very honest about the challenges that tourism can bring to communities and actively trying to manage that. We really feel that if, in the social media world now, if you're not telling your own story and managing tourism in your community, others will be doing it for you on their smartphones. And MRDT can really help to have a strategic approach there. And then, the last point I'll touch on here is again around that affordable housing piece, where we are seeing some, really fabulous examples from communities across the island investing in, general affordable housing initiatives for, any community. In some places, the affordable housing initiatives are targeted towards, service sector workers. But the beautiful part of the affordable housing program through MRDT is it is not one size fits all. You can really customize it to the needs of a specific community. Very quickly, just a little bit about 4VI. So our legal name is the Tourism Association of Vancouver Island. We do business as 4VI, and we're ultimately dedicated to ensuring that tourism and travel is a force for good for communities across Vancouver Island and operate as a social enterprise. One of the things we love to help with is MRDT planning, and we really believe that if you have strong governance in place and a solid plan, you can bring some really big benefits to a local community and support economic development. So that MRDT planning is an area that we love to get involved. Our team is a mix of tourism marketers, destination developers, and also sustainability experts, trying to help communities and businesses reduce their impact and maximize their benefit. And we also have a really major focus as an organization on climate action in tourism. And last but not least here, the comment around the $10,000 for an annual service fee, I'm not exactly sure what that was referring to. At 4VI, there's no service fee or cost that's applied towards to communities. So as I mentioned, Gail has an interest in expanding the way that communities can work together when it comes to managing tourism. And the District of Sault is, as was mentioned, pursuing MRDT for their own district boundaries, but wanted to inform neighboring communities of this program and a potential opportunity to collaborate. So this is a snapshot of the communities that Gail and her colleagues at the District of Sault think have some very common and shared interests when it comes to managing tourism. And I will leave things there. One of the final things that Gail had asked me to share is that Destination British Columbia, the Provincial Crown Corporation for Tourism, has set aside some funding for the District of Sault and neighboring communities to do some joint planning work around how tourism can be managed and bring benefits to local residents, and how it can also help to protect sensitive natural areas, and we're really managing tourism in a proactive way. So it's no cost to participate in that program, and the end deliverable from a really well-regarded consultant, Louise Brown, is a strategy on how communities from Metchosin to Port Renfrew can try to work collaboratively to manage the visitor economy and increase its benefits. So thank you, and hopefully I covered everything Gail was wanting to go through. She's done a huge amount of work, and just want to extend my thanks to her.
Great. Just stay there for 1 moment.
All right.
Committee, are there any questions for Mr. Matthews? Very good.
And just one technical one. You said 4 rooms, fixed roof with 4 rooms. Is that 4 bedrooms or rooms?
So it would be 4 rooms that could be individually rented. So a motel with 4 rooms would count. Another interesting one, if there's somebody who has Airbnbs that they operate, and they have 4 different Airbnb units, that would also count. And in the case where a community may not have 4 or any hotels or properties that collect the extra PST point and count as being eligible to vote, then it would go down to local government level to kind of make the decision, and that MRDT tax at either 2 or 3% would be implemented on all of the other properties, so like short-term rentals, etc., and there just wouldn't be a vote for it, if that helps.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Interesting. Great. Mr. Matthews, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great. So we will next move to public participation. I just want to mention a few things about public participation. As you approach the mic, please say your name and what street you live on. If you wish to talk about anything on the community planning agenda, and that includes the development variance permit for 1050 Matheson Lake Road, please use public participation. With one exception, I don't know the applicants for the development variance permit for Gallagher's. Are they in the audience tonight?
No, they're not.
They're not. Okay. Okay. So if anybody wants to speak to the DDP for 1050 Matheson Lake Road, please use public participation. And there we go. Mr. Smurfett, please say your name.
Good evening. My name's Gary Smurfett at 3950 Gilbert Drive. I'm wishing to make a short statement regarding item 7B on your agenda, which is the Center Mountain Stormwater Detention Pond memo that's from the chairman. I note that from this memo, there's now a third draft of the Stormwater Management Plan that has been presented to the District of Machosen. The memo says that this draft provides more details that were missing from the first draft that was given to Machosen. I'm hoping that the third draft will be sent to MEAC and PTAC for another review as per our policy. The question I'm asking, though, is why are members of the council-appointed Bufferlands Working Committee, which includes the working group, required to submit an FOI in order to obtain copies of these documents? And that's what I had to do to get the first stormwater management plan. And now there's a second one and a third one, and review by other consultants. Why is this required? I and probably a lot of other citizens would like an opportunity to review and comment on this before the CAO provides written opinion as to whether or not the stormwater management plan is acceptable to the District of Machosen. And I'm not saying that we need to all have final copies of everything, but if it's put onto a stick, computer stick, and they're sold to us for $10 or $20, I think that's an easy way to deal with it. And it would sure make things a lot easier, rather than having us go through the formal process of an FOI, which requires additional costs to the public, time from staff, and of course, council or budget monies to hire consultants. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smurfett.
It's now my time.
Yes, please. Oh, yeah. And I will circulate your materials. And one thing I do have to also say about public participation, there's a 4-minute time limit. There's quite a bit on the agenda tonight, so I am going to do my best to enforce that. But name and street number, please, Mr. Philly.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Councillors Donaldson, Gray, Epp, and Shukin. My name is Jeanette McMillan, and I live on Duke Road. I live on Duke Road East. The reason that I'm here today, this evening, is not to present a formal proposal, but to make the council aware of activities that have been going on in our neighborhood that we likely will bring to a formal proposal in the future, but it's just to give you a heads up of what's happening. So for 25 years ago, when I first moved to Duke Road, there was a committee of residents who worked to develop a trail along Duke Road as far as it goes right now. There's a walking trail that's on the water side, and it's an even, straight trail, and then it comes up around the bend onto Duke Road East, and there it stops abruptly in a dangerous corner, and it's very shaded. And typically when I walk that road, when a bus or a big truck comes by, or even smaller cars, I have to actually scramble up onto people's property to get away from the traffic. And really, I am just a long-term resident on Duke Road. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, and I'm concerned about safety. There's increasing traffic on Duke Road, and very fast traffic, especially in the valley there on Duke Road. And I'm a concerned citizen. So right now, we're just a small group of women, mother and grandmothers, and we are concerned with the unsafe road conditions on Duke Road East especially. So what we really want is to extend the trail from where it ends abruptly along Duke Road East up to Machosen Road. The reason for our hopes and dreams are because there's dangerous places where the current trail ends, just as I said. There's excessive speed in the Dutnall area of Duke Road, where the topography is that the road goes down so sharply and then comes up on the other side. And in that valley, it's a riparian zone, and there's a lot of wildlife traveling through that. There's been a big buck and a smaller deer killed on that road just in the last week in that particular spot. Children are needing to walk up all the way up to, all along Duke Road and up to where the bus picks them up at the end of Machosen Road or the end of Duke Road on Machosen Road. So they're walking along there with no shoulder. If they walk facing traffic, there's a drop off of about 3 meters at some point with maybe 16 inches of area for them to walk. And more and more people are walking the road, and it's like I said, the shoulders are very narrow, and there's people from Pelican especially. There's a seniors community at the top of Pelican. They walk the road all the time, and particularly they come down Duke Road East. People are coming from Royal Bay, and they're walking in the middle of the road, and it's very fast traffic in there. So what we're doing to work towards our goal right now, we're not asking anything of the council except to let you know that this is what we're doing. Right now, just in the last 2 weeks, I've sat at the end of my driveway around dinner time with a chair and a little table, and I capture anybody who's walking by, and virtually everybody is supportive. There's only been a few people who have not been supportive of a trail extension along that road, because some people perceive that they actually own the land right to the pavement. I don't know. Anyway, there's people who perceive that, and also other people who say they walk trails all over Machosen, and why do we think we're so special that we need a safe walking trail off-road? I mean, we're looking at something like what Kangaroo Road has, or even Pearce Road, something like that. We're not asking for anything fancy. So in the 2 weeks that I've been collecting names, I've collected 114 names of people who are very keen to see something change along there. And not only is it a safety issue and a really urgent thing that we need to do, it's also looking to the future. Royal Bay is not going to go away. And we're finding that people feel the need to drive a very short distance, even to Tower Point, rather than walking that distance because it's unsafe. They could walk, and a lot of people want to walk.
So Ms. McMillan, sorry, I'm going to give you a 1-minute warning.
Yep, I'm done actually. We're just presenting our information and our letter of expression. It's an expression of interest letters that we've been collecting names on. It's not a petition, just people who are interested, and that will be presented to the Parks and Trust Committee on September 19th. And interestingly enough, people we talk to, citizens, want to participate in helping build the trail, and some are willing to contribute money. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Great. Thank you very much. And you're very right. There is a Parks and Trails meeting on the 19th. True. True. Or get the nod from our Parks and Trails coordinator. And we'll talk about it at that time. What's really fantastic to hear is that there are people who are willing to help maintain the trail as well in the local area. So that's a good thing. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else for public participation during the community planning meeting?
Kim Hill, 1070 Brookview Drive. I'd just like to reiterate what Mr. Smurfett said. It's been very frustrating trying to get information, and I can't see the reason for this lack of transparency. I think it flies in conflict with some promises that I've heard from folks. And the sense that I have in the children in general in the past, which I hope we're not losing that openness. Just mentioning.
Thank you, Ms. Owen. And just, there is an issue that we face in terms of freedom of information requirements. The fact that the plan is generated by a third party for a third party and comes to us without, a waiver or caveat to distribute we hear your concerns, we hear Mr. Smurfett's concerns as well, and that's where we're kind of left with in terms of the full release of information, so, great.
Bev Bacon, Machosen resident, just for clarification, do you want us to talk about the Beckingham subdivision in this meeting or in the council meeting?
Probably best council.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Lisa Gee, Kangaroo Road. I just wanted to, because it was the only place I saw it addressed, the Working Dog Group Committee, and I just wanted to run my voice in support of them. I think they've done some excellent work, and I encourage the council to keep up the dialogue and keep our open spaces for the dogs. I think they've done excellent jobs summarizing what it means to have a dog under control, so I hope that you keep up that dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks. Public participation, going once. Okay, items.
Patty Whitehouse, Rocky Point Road, and just very quickly, thank you for your explanation about the freedom of information issue. Not yet. But could you not ask for permission?
That is a matter that we have discussed, and I can't get into the specifics about that discussion, but it's not a path that we felt we could do right now. So, but thank you for thinking. So,
thank you.
If I might take 5 seconds, if that's the reason, why was I able to get the first draft? There,
okay.
Just leave it with you.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else for public participation? Okay. Thank you very much, and we will now move on to the adoption of the, agenda item number 4, which is the adoption of minutes. So we have a community planning committee meeting of July 17th. Any comments?
Move adoption.
Councillor Gray moves adoption, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Discussion? Okay, hearing none, call the question, move to adopt. Thank you very much, Terry. And then the special planning committee meeting of August 14th, and this is where we talked about the 4696 Beckingham Road as well as one other development variance permit. So, do I have a motion to adopt? Mayor Little and Councillor Donaldson. Call the question, all in favor? Okay, thank you very much. That's adopted. Okay, moving down the agenda, we have agenda item number 5, which is the receipt of minutes. 3 sets of minutes from the Bufferland Working Group and then the Dogs and the Chosen Working Group. Now, I wonder if I could take the Bufferland Working Group minutes all 3 at once, but are there any questions or points of discussion?
So I'll move receipt of the 3 sets of minutes for the Bufferland Working Group.
Seconded by Councillor F. And all in favor? Okay, that's carried. And now the Dogs in the Chosen Working Group. Any comments or a motion to receive?
Motion to receive.
From Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Gray seconded. And all in favor? That's carried. Councillor Gray, anything?
Just wanted to ask, it would be great to get some signs up about dog disposal waste at the beaches. And so I see it here. I'm hoping we can move that along as soon as or staff will be able to move that along as soon as they get a letter.
Okay. Thanks. We have talked about that at some point. I forget where the discussion went. When we're talking about signs, of course, there's a budget element to it. I'll connect further with staff on this, and also, I don't know if it's a matter of parks and trails, but yeah, we should look at that further. So, okay. I have it as an action here to follow up with interim CAO, or from Ms. Tarnowski.
If I might, I think the reason why you're having a hard time recalling is because it was last term. Last term, in the recommendations from the Dogs in the chosen working group, the council decided to accept all the recommendations. One of the recommendations was signage. It wasn't done. That's why it's been forwarded to this council. So it has been a passed resolution. I still think it's a great idea. And so we should put it in the budget and then move on, unless you can have a discussion with Councillor Donaldson to see if there is money within the budget to be able to use, and there may be some money set aside for signage. So that was recommendations from the Dogs in the Chosen Working Group from last term.
Great, okay, thank you. Was there, Mayor Little, do you recall this, an indication of how many signs?
Oh, gosh, I don't remember it was
How many beaches do we have?
Well, the beaches, yeah, that is the number of beaches that we have, plus the prominent trails, such as the trail around.
Neighbor Trail, the Chosen Music.
Yeah, sorry, I'm blanking on the trail around Seabluff Trail, yeah, where that was the whole instigation of this Dogs in the Chosen Working Group, was because of the conflicts between dogs and livestock at the time.
Okay, great. Okay, I will strategize a way of bringing this forward, even if it's to the budget next year. Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to take a lot of money, but it's more just the time and focus to get it done. So, okay. We have moved, received, and carried Dogs in the Chosen Working Group. So we're next going to go to item 7, reports, and this is the staff report on the development variance permit for 1050 Matheson Lake Road. If I could, I'm just going to walk through this. Okay, so this is a 4-hectare, 10-acre, just under 10-acre property. And the planner's report describes this as having steep slopes with rocky outcrops and native vegetation. The DPP is for a detached suite. The suite is to be located 38.45 meters from the principal dwelling rather than the allowed 15 meters. The dwelling itself is 92.9 square meters, and that's just under 1,000 square feet. What is allowed under our land use bylaw is 70 square meters or 753 square feet. So that is an increase of 246 square feet that the applicant is seeking. The planner notes that there's also a crawl space within the building plans that's not accounted for in the floor space. So in fact, the dwelling is quite a bit bigger than the actual stated 92.9 square meters, or just under 1,000 square feet. Okay, so as you see in the report, staff are not recommending that we move forward toward the increased size of the detached suites. And they point to policy, it's number 400.55, and you'll find this statement in that policy. To promote consistency, variance with regards to increases in suite size or reductions in the minimum lot size to accommodate detached secondary suite will generally not be recommended by staff. So that's what they're pointing to. And again, toward that, consistent with that, they have recommended denying the application. So committee, I have my own views and thoughts on this, but I would turn to you for your thoughts as well. And one thing I would note is that the options and the recommendation there on page 29, the one option is, as we've traditionally done, authorize the mailing of the notification to landowners within 60 meters, and we might even authorize a site visit. We could also table the application, request further information from staff or the applicant, and the third is to deny the application. So, committee, any thoughts? Councillor Gray.
I would just say the logic of the staff recommendation is clear and the policy is clear from council previously. I'm curious to hear the views of others.
Councillor.
Yeah, I think this application is just too far removed from, from what is allowed. It's, it would set a really bad precedent in the community, and I just can't agree with this.
Councillor Donaldson.
I would agree with Councillor Epp on that. We had a variance not too long ago where the distance was significant from the principal residence. I was the only one that opposed that at the time. There are other variables, of course. This one is also, there's a distance from the primary residence, but the proposal is a significant size of house on an upland zoned parcel of land. And if we look in the OCP, I believe that there's some verbiage there about designification of upland zoning and some parameters. I'm very supportive of what the planner has recommended here, and I too have some more thoughts. I'd like to hear the rest of what the committee has to say.
Fairly.
Yeah, I concur. I can't remember when the planner has actually recommended we deny an application. Usually the planner recommends that we at least do a site visit. With this being said and looking at the OCP guidelines as well as the potential legal impacts, I think I would vote to the third option, which is recommended by the planner.
Okay. I'm with everybody. I don't support this application. We have seen over the last few months, there have been variance applications that have come with extended distances from the home. Those have all been about trying to minimize environmental damage, the removal of trees. But all have been within the confines of the allowed sizes, and this one clearly is not. I believe that approval would signal a big change in our approach, and I'm not prepared to do that. So I would also support recommendation number 3. And with that, there's a consistent view at the table. Can I have a motion toward that effect? So, Councillor Donaldson, you're going to make a motion to recommend option 3?
Motion for option 3 for sure.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? It's Councillor Epp. And any further discussion? Hearing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Great. And none opposed. Thank you very much. Okay. I believe that the next item is the councillor's update. Is that correct? That's the last item. It is, okay. So just a few items on this one. The Bufferland Community Input Session will be held on Wednesday, October the 4th. Wednesday, October the 4th at 7 p.m. So this is what was approved as the terms of reference for the Bufferland Working Group is that we would hold all of our meetings are in public, but we'd also hold 2 community information sessions, one at the beginning of the process, which we did in May, and the second in just as we're wrapping up. So we will provide information about our recommendation and get input from the public. What do they think of it? What have we missed? Are there any other alternatives that we should be thinking of? And all this is working toward a final report that we are aiming to provide council in terms of our recommendations at the October 23rd meeting. So, and again, I just want to thank all of the members of the working group. They've been a great team to work with. And the one issue that I thought of bringing people together, I thought it was going to be the biggest challenge, but it's actually turned out to be really great in terms of people's schedule and whatnot. So, yeah. So, October 4th. The next item on my update is the Centre Mountain Stormwater Detention Pond, but I'm actually going to defer comments until the council meeting. I noticed there's a report from our contracting engineer on this one. Okay, so the next item is short-term rentals. And I am proposing a discussion in October on short-term rentals as they are in the chosen. Sorry, where are my notes here? Okay, so we raised this topic, I think, earlier in the spring, and at that point we just did not have the capacity to take on anything else. So what I did ask residents to do is to begin, observing and building their thoughts about what short-term rentals mean in this community. And of course, all this takes place within the context of housing. And what other communities are finding, especially the bigger ones, is that short-term rentals appear to be having a very negative impact in terms of rental availability on a longer-term basis. So we've talked about that potential for groups like volunteer firefighters or agricultural workers. So I will be interested in hearing what the community has to say about what they perceive as impacts, and property owners as well who may have short-term rentals. The idea is not to pillory anybody, but it's to find out what people see as the impacts. So along the way with this, we'll cover Metchosen's current policy on short-term rentals. We'll review some research and trends in terms of STRs, and we'll see again what, if any, people perceive as the impact on the long-term rental market, and then open it up. We'll probably do discussion by way of public participation. I thought for a little while that we might do a special planning committee meeting on this. That just adds more burden to staff and us as well. So, yeah. So that's October 16th. Councillor Craig.
I'm just wondering, Councillor Schuch, is there a way that we can, these are two really important meetings. The Bufferland one on October 4th, and then this short-term vacation rental on October 16th. And we've got in our minutes, we've announced it tonight, but I don't know how we let more people know about these things, but we should think about some kind of communication plan, because these are important and interesting topics for people to attend.
Yeah.
And I guess we have the Muse, maybe the Muse will be out, well, just before that, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Can I make a
Please.
comment?
Thank you.
So one of the things that I brought up a few times, we seem to always miss it, but think about it later. We have a marquee out there, and people drive by it all the time. Put it up in advance. It's amazing how much you can get people noticing things. So it's just a matter of going through staff, fire chief, or maybe Jacob. There's a box of letters and stuff, and somebody would be happy to explain it to you. I could, because I've done it before. But that's a really good tool to use, as well as all the usual ones that we have, and certainly our website.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. No, and thanks. That's a great point about promotion. Of course, we have Facebook as well.
Yeah.
And I sometimes put stuff on there, but I'm generally kind of scared of it. So we'll find somebody to be the game. So, okay. One other update, the Weir Beach stairs, and my hope was that we would have been able to move toward opening the Weir Beach stairs, and it's just not been able to come to pass. And I don't think it's anyone's fault. It's one of the things I have to say with working in a district where we try and manage resources and taxes to residents is we often have limited resources in terms of engineering support. And we've just not been able to get this to the top of our consulting engineer's plate. And again, it's just because there's so much work, so much on his plate right now. We haven't forgotten it. I just want to mention that to everybody, and we'll try and get moving as soon as we can. The reopening of the Weir Beach stairs. So that is it for my report, and that is also it for except for receipt of the correspondence. Thank you very much. Council, anything further? I'm sorry, I don't have the letters immediately in front of me. Sorry. We have a letter from Mr. Kalenda expressing support for the DVP, 1050 Matheson Lake Road. And that is it, actually. So, okay. I don't think we have to do we do a motion to receive? I think so. Yeah. Okay. With that, that is the agenda for the planning committee meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you very much. Councillor Gray and then Councillor Donaldson, and all in favor of adjournment. That's carried. Thank you so much, everyone.
if the maps.
Um,
Okay, I was going to just give copies of the person who's doing the minutes.
Okay, yeah.
Can you already do that?
Do you want to give these to Tina? Jeanette?
Yeah, sure.
She asked for the Tina's ready to go. Tim, you ready? Okay, welcome to the Public Works and Electric Service Committee meeting. If there are no additions or changes to the agenda, could I have a motion for approval? Motion to approve. Moved by Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? And we have a presentation from the fire chief. There's been a lot of action as far as all the fires we have going on, and our chosen group has been front and center several times this year. So,
sorry, I didn't have time to make copies. I tried, but my printer ran out of toner. So you'll have to just look along there and we'll fix that for you another point time. All right. Hopefully I can figure out how to use this. So I'm just going to give you a very brief summary of what we've done this year for deployments, and then just leave time for this afterwards for questions. So, all right, this year we started in May at Fort St. John. They went from there to Fort Nelson, Burns Lake, Tumbler Ridge, Cranbrook, Sparwood, and Adams Creek. And we haven't been out the entire time, but we've been up and got called to a different fire, and that's kind of how it works. So the province calls us up when they need that support, and we get called in. We go for however long we stay for that particular deployment, and then return back. So we've been to a fair number of cities this year. So for this year, we've done 114 days out. That's 71 with an engine, 23 as a mechanic, 4 as a TFL, 6 as an SPC, and 10 as a tender. And I will clarify what all those things are. We had 36 firefighters that were out this year. The payroll for those firefighters came to over $200,000, and that's in our firefighter pockets. Okay, and that's gross. They still have to be taxed and all that. But by doing these deployments, we're also giving that perk to our firefighters. And the net to the district should be over $300,000. So, you wonder how it all works. As an example, a Type 3 engine gets called upon by BC Wildfire. So a fire happens and they say, hey, we need a Type 3 engine. And they say, well, who's on the list for Type 3 engines? Oh, look, Machosen has a great one. Let's call that one up. They give us some paperwork, we sign it, and now we belong, if you will. Not belong, that's not the right word. We are contracted by BC Wildfire to deploy. For the second that we leave our hall until we return, we get paid $506 per hour to run that truck. So, and that's guaranteed a minimum 12 hours a day. So when we're driving all the way up to Fort St. John, we're getting paid for that entire travel time. All right? So that's called an all-found rate. So out of that rate comes the fuel, our regular maintenance items like filters, that kind of thing, and the firefighter payroll. So that when you take all that out of it, it equates to roughly $4,000 a day net to the district for the engine that's up there. Okay, and that's for an engine. Every different type of apparatus has a different dollar value per hour, and I'll clarify that in another slide. The firefighters get deployed for up to 14 days, so they can take a 2-week holiday from their work, and they get paid for 14 days, including the travel. So they're maximum 14 days, and then they have to put a new crew out. So we're not burning our firefighters out by keeping them up there, extended hours. The engine, however, the apparatus can stay up for as long as it's either requested or unless we need it back. And this year was a great example of that. We had, on one of the fires that I was in, we had West Kelowna was there. And then, of course, they had fires break out in their own town. And they hightailed it out of there. So, obviously there's that flexibility. If there's something that happens locally or in your own jurisdiction, they get out of there and get back as soon as possible. If you have any questions along the way, feel free to chime in.
I do, just on that actually. So Kelowna is probably close to a lot of these places. We have ferries, so you're not going to get here really fast. So can you assure us that we are taken care of while you're away, that we have a full complement with the apparatus that we have should there be a wildland fire here?
Yeah, so that's actually a great question. We have several engines. All of them have different, obviously, primary roles, but we can still fulfill the needs of whatever engine happens to be around. Our tender, when that goes out, we actually borrow one from eSoup because they have two. And all of our mutual aid partners are on board with us having that deployed as well. We also share the firefighter experience with other firefighters from other municipalities, so it gives them that experience because they, are unable to deploy. So it's a collaborative effort for sure. And yes, we have not had any issues at this point in time, and we have full capacity while that one engine is away. The deployment types, I was quoting all those different acronyms and letters. This is kind of what that looks like in a nutshell. An engine can have anywhere from 2 to 4 people and can be anywhere from $225 an hour to $638. So that depends on the type of engine. So obviously if there's only 2 people on the engine, like what they call a Type 7, a smaller little engine, that's only going to be $225 an hour. Okay, the larger engine, more people, more dollars per hour. Same with the tender. A structure protection crew. Now the district doesn't make a ton of money on this one as far as net to the district because it doesn't really take any of our apparatus. It takes pickup trucks. Now this year we were able to roll a structure protection crew for not a long time, I think it was 6 days or something like that, and we were able to take our, we call it Redneck 1, but it's our resource 1, our flat deck that we have there, and then a private vehicle, a local private vehicle, and then 5 firefighters up, and that still gets us that $49.16 a day. That's a regular 12-hour day, and then funding goes back to the people who own the vehicles, and then the district does get some out of it. It's just not the amount that it does for an engine. Obviously, for income when you're talking about money net to the district, an engine is by far the best way to go. We do have a mechanic, which is a great resource for us. So while the district doesn't make any money on this, there's nothing that comes net to the district. It's a huge resource because while our engine's up there, our mechanic's up there. He's making that kind of money, and that's all his equipment, his truck. It really has nothing to do with us per se. We just process the billing and we take a small administrative fee for that, so the district's not losing any funding by that. But it gives us a great reputation because we have a really good mechanic that goes up there, and it also protects our apparatus while we're up there. Now, not every time do we deploy an engine or an apparatus do we get our mechanic up there, but this year we've been very fortunate and we've had him up there quite often with us. We're not like some other larger urban-centered fire departments who won't roll their truck unless they roll their mechanic. So anyway, we have a task force leader or a div super. This is a leadership position. This is a one person that they're calling up because they need that management piece. So we did have our DC that was asked to go up, I think, 2 times, and he gets paid then also a contract rate of $69 an hour. Again, this is a straight income to him. There's a small administrative fee that goes off to the municipality as well. And while the district doesn't make a lot of money on these small contract people that go up there, it's still the reputation. And Metchosen's got a fantastic reputation in deployments. Everybody knows Metchosen. So it's been great working up there. And what the firefighters get back by working up there is there's just nothing you can teach. It's really fabulous. And then the firefighters are contracted. They get paid $49 an hour out of that rate. So, yeah.
Chief, sorry, just jumping to the top again. The tender, that otherwise known as the water tanker?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
How much water does it hold?
Ours holds 1,500 gallons.
1,500. Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
So all of these rates are set out in an interagency agreement, which is agreed upon by BC Wildfire, that should be BCWS, not C, my apologies, EMCR, and the Fire Chiefs Association of BC. So they all agree on these rates, and that's published. And then at the beginning of the year, the BC Wildfire puts out this notice saying anyone who wants to deploy, give us your list of what you're willing to deploy, and then we submit that list in, and some people get called and some people don't. That's kind of how that works. So deployment costs, The BC Wildfire pays for all lodging, they pay for all the ferry, they pay for all meals. Sometimes it's covered initially, like if we stay in a camp. Other times it might be that they have to reimburse us back. So all those costs are covered. What they don't cover would be end of year, or when we get back, like our engine got back, we're going to be doing a good detail on it, and that maintenance, making sure that everything is tickety-boo and good to go. Any damage that happens to be done, for example, we had a rock chip on one, they cover that. So any damage to any apparatus or actual hoses or anything like that, they reimburse us for it. There is fuel that has to come out of that all-found rate. This year, in all those deployments, it is going to be about $20,000. But with that, we're still netting close to $300,000. Personal gear, we had this year, very unusual year. We don't normally deploy that much, just for the record. But this year we had a fire that blew out our camp, so our camp had to actually be evacuated while we were out fighting fires. So they actually had to put together a lot of our gear and try and get it out of there before the fire burned over. And there were people, not in our crew, but there were other departments that lost tents and that sort of thing. So BC Wildfire at the time tried to give as many tents as they could in that situation, but there are sometimes you're not going to get exactly what you might have lost there. And that's where insurance and such would come into that. But generally speaking, guys might rip a pair of pants or something like that, then we would have to replace that kind of gear. So personal PPE stuff, there is that embedded in there. But again, all damage and repairs to any apparatus or equipment is replaced. Any questions on that?
I have one question. So you say we can put our name on a list and we get called or we don't call. Some departments in the GVRD did not do that. Langford, for obvious reasons, they don't have staffing complement. Are you obligated, even if you don't, if they get called you, are you obligated to go? Is there a contract?
At no time are you obligated to go. And you can be there for less than 14 days. If the contract, the IAA, the interagency agreement, states a minimum of 8 days. So if you say, you know what, there's something that's going sideways here, we're not comfortable, we want to have you back, then you come back. Yeah. And if you sign that letter saying that, yes, we would like to, have this stuff on the list, and you guys decide that, no, we're not going to do any deployments this year, then fine, we just pull a name for the list. If it's the chief is gone or the chief is sick and the deputy chief is, and we don't have the crews for whatever reason, it's a holiday weekend, we don't have the crews to send out, then we say, no, sorry, we'll have to pass. In fact, we did pass a couple of times this year on deployments. They were very desperate this year. And I also would like to note that one of the biggest concerns for deployments is not the apparatus being out, because quite frankly, there are a lot of apparatus in the South Island, right, that we have access to if needed. I mean, Blinkhorn was 9 years ago, I think, this weekend, right? We had all kinds of apparatus for that. It's the personnel that become the problem that people run short on, that departments run short on, is having the personnel to protect the community while those 3 or 4 hour committee are out deployed. And we're very fortunate that we don't have that problem here. I'll just touch really briefly on this because it's super boring unless you're kind of into the whole thing. Incident command system. This is the whole BC wildfire management is huge. And I just can't, this doesn't do it justice, but I wanted to give you kind of a concept. If you look at the one that says incident command there, and you go down, you've got, at the very top, you've got Mark Healy. This is actually from a IAP, an incident action plan that came from the fires. And you scroll down that line that goes down the center, and you've got the 4 finance, logistics, what's the other one? Logistics, finance, planning, and then over on the far side, you've got operations. So that square at the far right-hand corner there actually leads to the operations, which is the other big square here, right? So now you've got that whole line of personnel that work under, and this is all just to manage one fire. Now, sometimes it can be a complex. And then we are under structure defense. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know why there's yellow ones there, but yeah, structure protection. It's like the second box over. So under that then is our command structure. I don't know why the lines aren't showing up. There's boxes around all these, or they're supposed to be, but. So we had in this is the Adams complex. This was our crew, and we had 97 people just under our crew. And that's not to mention the, 200 Argentinians they had and the 200, Mexicans they had. And I mean, they had firefighters from all over the world. It was really amazing. Again, experiences you'll never get here in the Chosen. So, yeah, just to kind of give you an idea on that.
We hope. Sorry, we hope.
So just to, we don't sit around and, it's not luxury that we're sitting in. This was a Korean rink. This was actually Burns Lake. And that's the incident command. They were sitting in those little tables there, and then back in the windows, they had some offices back there. That chair is what I sat on for 2 weeks. Not comfortable, let me tell you. I upgraded finally though, so that got a little bit better. But that was my little station right there. So what I do is I work the staging manager. So all of those 97 people, I take care of those, make sure they're fed and everything's where they need to be and that sort of thing. So that's I do from my little area there. So yeah, I was just going to show you a little bits of camp life here. It's not luxurious. Sometimes it's intense. That's a tent city there. You see up on the upper left-hand side. Next to that is an ATCO camp. It's an LPG or a mine. I'm not sure which that one is. But we stay sometimes when it gets really cold, like up north. They'll give us the camps to stay in, which are amazing. Each one of those has its own little shower and bathroom, and you go home at night and it's a little bed, as opposed to the trailer or the tent city that you have to stay in with bugs and such. So most of us like staying in those, but that only happens once in a blue moon when you're way up north and it's cold outside. So yeah, the other picture up at the top right is just of some cots and whatnot, that a collection. That's what they were trying to do to get the fire was starting to come through, so they were trying to evacuate over there. Down below is what an actual fire camp looks like. Again, it's just modular tents and the ATCO trailers, and that's once a fire gets big enough, and so you have little fires that start, and then you hear the terminology of the complex. Have you heard that? It's the Adams Lake complex fire. That's when more than one fire or more than two fires have joined together. And fire likes to grow together. So you have 3 or 4 fires that are and then all of a sudden they merge into one massive fire. So what we did there, yeah, that's our guy there in the gray. We are kind of stand out. All of our crews are in gray. I think we're one of the only departments that have the gray uniforms. We did you can't see that, unfortunately that picture's cut off, but the little guy there, they're doing a little bit of show and tell. The little kid's just jumping up and down, he's so excited. So we even do public education while we're up there. We do fill a lot of bladders out there so we all work together, so the structural protection crews that put up sprinklers and that kind of thing, the tenders will fill that, and so it's just kind of a well-oiled machine up there. This year, our crew was super lucky. 3 different crews got helicopter rides, which doesn't happen very often, let me tell you. Yeah, those are just some pictures of different groups, and I think that big picture there was the Argentinians that were their last day that they were leaving. These guys are, man, the international teams that come over, they are like on point. They're like dressed in uniforms. They're just like you see them on TV, where they have their songs and dances that they do, and everywhere they're walking in a line, and they put all the rest of us to shame. This is my last deployment in Kamloops. Our crew, our fire camp got evacuated, so we ended up in this parking lot. And again, this is my office. You'll see my trusty chair there. There we are again, just trying to see if there's anything stellar there. That's our engine. This is really gross, but sad, but that upper left-hand picture, when I'm sitting in a parking lot for several hours while the crew's all out working, I don't always get to go out in the fire. So I'm sitting doing paperwork out in this parking lot. I make friends with bugs and such. So I have a printer that I had sitting there, and my little bug friend would like to crawl inside of it sometimes. And all of a sudden my printer stopped, and I killed my bug. Got ground up in the printer. That's how bored I was that I had to take a photo of it. And there's our engine. Yeah, welcome to my life. Alrighty. There's our guys up in the helicopter. Look how happy they are. The picture of all these goodies here, it's kind of funny in Kamloops, because we got evacuated from camp. We didn't have the food camp there. So part of the logistics teams went out to Costco and bought food and everything for everybody. when you have visitors that come in from other countries, they eat differently than we do. They eat a lot more than what they expected. So this order alone was $8,000, and that lasted one day. Yeah, they ate it because they were just it's a kind of an open line for people to come in and just grab what they wanted to for lunch. And on top of this were sandwiches and all kinds of stuff like that. It was crazy, the amount of food. That's just a local thank you. You can see you've been chosen on there. But it kind of gives you a picture of the other departments who are there. A lot of islands. You've got Sydney, North Oyster on that one, Saanich, Big White Armstrong, obviously not island, but you've got departments from just all over. Yeah, it's a really great connection. I don't know if these are videos. Do you know will they work from here? I'm going to try and turn these on. Now, there's one video that I have a bad word in it, so they're firefighters, so I can't really do anything about it. I don't know if this one's actually a very long one. It's very brief. I don't even know if it's yeah, that's not okay. Let's go to the next one. Oh, that one went automatically. Okay. So this one might. Okay. My apologies in advance. That's a TFL coming toward them.
Yeah, go ahead, bye guys. Good to see you. TFL, don't let anyone check that was blocking. Yeah, really on. Yeah, we're not going to let anyone go from this direction. I'll try and get a hold of someone on the other end to close it, just to go to traffic here.
So this particular fire, when it happened, I don't know if you had heard the news of the Adams Creek fire and the Lee Creek, Scotch Creek. So what had happened is the fire actually went down an opposite way than what was actually protected. So that's where our fire camp was. And that was one day I actually got to get out in the field. So we were all out in the field and in 3 separate teams. And of course there's wooden bridges that kind of protect, that connect all those. And one crew actually got stuck there overnight because the bridge was compromised. But the fire came through, and this is when it was just starting to come through. We're trying to get everybody back together again. But you're trying to be out there, there's a balance between protecting homes and how long can I stay there and protect the home and get the sprinklers going and do that versus get out of there. Mm-hmm. And as you can see, like they drove through that, but it was hot, and they're inside of a truck. So, and then trees start falling, and it got a little sketchy when we actually evacuated. There's a video in here of our evacuation zone here, I think. Nope, the next one. This one. Actually, is it going its own? It does. So this isn't terribly exciting. Is it going? There, okay. But it's pretty ominous when you're, right now, all of the fire trucks are all lined up in this field, waiting for this fire to literally come through those trees. Honestly, I think we all had popcorn out going, it's going to come through the trees, right? We were kind of excited to see that. But it's pretty ominous to watch that cloud and that movement and the noise that's coming on with it. And you know that there's a lot of heat in there. And just moments before that, it was just up the hill. So we waited for that to pass, and then we drove out. The other team came in from Scotch Creek and came in, and we drove out toward the highway from the Lee Creek there. And it was probably a 20-minute drive, and the entire way it was just obliterated, including our camp. That there was no trees, there was nothing. The gas station that was there was on fire and exploding as we're trying to get out of there. And that's how quickly the fire. I was like, within 4 hours, the entire landscape was gone. And it's just amazing how quickly that fire came through. This is our camp that you can just hear the the firefighters, those are the forestry guys, like, what do we do now? Yeah, the fire came right up to the edge of the camp, and there were embers that were coming, and we lost some of the trailers and such around there. So it's the first time they ever had to evacuate a fire camp. Try and move 1,000 people that quickly. So anyway, that's just kind of a quick and dirty of our experiences this summer. Do you have any questions?
Sorry.
I do have a question because I keep getting asked from residents that we send off tender number 5, which is our big guy, right?
Negative.
Okay.
Tender 5 is our tender.
Okay, so it's which one went?
Engine 9. Well, we've had several that have gone, but we sent engine 9.
Okay.
Was probably the best one.
Right. Okay. So the concern is we're sending this big truck that we just purchased, $750,000 plus dollars, and the worst wildfire season in all of BC history, stage 5 drought, all these sorts of things. And last winter, probably around November, we had a house fire up the Bond area, which there's no hydrants up there, significant damage, and tenders are for relaying water and such. She explains to me before, because then it carries a lot of water. People are asking, why are we sending this apparatus up there? Yes, I know you've said we've got some here, we've got a complement of people, but we live in a heavily forested community and we really need some assurance, they say. That's my question to you. They're not feeling it, especially when we've got other communities who are holding back.
Right, but as previously noted, they're not holding back because of apparatus, they're holding back because of personnel, to be fair.
Sure.
Sure, it's a great question. That we have made back half of what it cost to purchase the truck. That's one reason why we go, because it does make good money. We can certainly not deploy it if that is the direction of council. I think, it's a risk-benefit analysis, absolutely. And that's kind of my decision and that of my officers, that we have made that risk-benefit analysis and ensured that we have other protection in place for that. If that's not the direction or the confidence of Mayor and Council, then we will certainly have that review.
Well, so the second part of that question which you just brought up is, are we doing this to make money?
We're doing it for several reasons. Income is one of those, for sure. I mean, to have an extra $200,000 or $300,000 in the budget is certainly helpful. And we've been doing this for several years, so it's not a new thing for us, for sure. This year is a bit bigger than most, but we've been doing this for years. So it's already kind of a precedent that's been set for us to do this. But we don't just get money out of it. The guys get experiences that we would never be able to give them in any kind of training course here, ever. We build resiliency for our own community, because now those people who have lived through those type of fires, when they get something here, they're going, yeah, we know how to deal with that. We know how to set up those sprinklers, or we know what that fire is going to do. We understand better terrain and how massive fires, how people react in evacuation, how to deal with people who go, we're not getting out of here. These guys are dealing with people who are threatening them with guns. Like, they're learning how to deal with difficult situations, and that builds resiliency that I can't give them in a class.
I do understand that.
Yeah.
I think the scare has been the worst in history, and where we live is Tinder Drive. We've been really lucky, actually, not even have as much as a grass fire.
But here's the thing, we have had several small brush fires. Tugwell Harbor has had BC wildfire out there a couple of times. We have had some locally here. I think a couple of people can talk to one about that's just been on down on Annie Jackson, and we've had a few other little minor ones. So we have had brush fires here because the community is very diligent to be on things, and we get to them very quickly, and we have the resources and the crews to be able to mitigate those. So we have had them. It just hasn't been something that we promoted that we have. It's not. My intent is not to scare people.
No, and the reason I'm asking the questions is for reassurance of the public.
Absolutely.
It's not so much that we haven't had fires. It's been a long time since we had a forest fire. The two that I am aware of, one was Petter Bay, but the most recent was Blinkhorn. And somebody just mentioned to me yesterday, what's with that mountain up there, those dead trees? I said, well, that's a scar.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a forest fire, it got out of control. And so we don't want to see that again.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of time before something will happen. Many of us live on corridors where there's a lot of people traversing, seeing more and more cigarette butts, even on this property here. So it's just, I don't know if the general public are feeling that confident when they see their investment going out to the ferries.
And I appreciate that. I haven't had one person say anything to me or write any letters or anything like that. So I would encourage people to come in, see what equipment we do have and understand how it all works. Because I don't want people to be frustrated because we're deploying.
I don't think it's frustrating. I think, when their taxes are going up, they're asking questions. So
yeah, if it's a tax dollar thing, we're trying to bring back some of that tax dollar too. So the other piece on deploying the engine this year was we also were able to get any bugs worked out of it at BC Wildfires done. Yeah, we had a couple issues with gas and the gas cap and that sort of thing, minor issues that BC Wildfire actually compensated us for. So that it's getting a good run there.
Does anyone else have any questions for the chief?
Thanks, Chief. To Councillor Donaldson's point, I think what's underway right now, I'm forgetting the exact name, it's the heat assessments?
Yes. Extreme heat assessment.
Extreme heat assessment. And I think from that, we're going to be able to get a sense of what the risk, I think the wildfire risk is, or?
Respectfully, that's really just how the community deals with extreme heat.
I see.
Yeah, our CWRP,
okay,
which is our Community Wildfire Risk, Wildfire Risk Protection Plan, I think is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That defines our risk.
Okay. Okay. At some point, it would be interesting to hear from you. I'm betting you have theory and outlook and insights into this about how at risk we are of having a fires like what we see in the interior here in the Chosen. And again, hard to say what we can assume, but it seems like we're drying out increasingly over the summer. So,
yes.
Yeah.
And we are, and I would love to bring actually somebody from BC Wildfire in, because I can tell you till I'm blue in the face, but to have an expert come in would be really probably better for you. But in a snapshot, we will not see this kind of fire here locally, because it's a different type of terrain, it's a different type of greenery, different trees, all that kind of thing. So is that a risk? Maybe, potentially, worst case scenario. But those fires have been going for days and days and days. That doesn't happen here because we're too small. And people are on that very quickly. Like even the fires up at Tugwell in Otter Point, like they were out. There's nothing, the fire departments weren't even called to that. There's nothing anybody could do. The fire crews were in there and the BC wildfire crews were in there. So I think it's very valid, and I'm not trying to belittle concerns at all. And I just would like to bring somebody in who can actually speak to that for you, to give you that confidence.
Anyone? Well, I really appreciate the efforts that all of you put into going up there. I think that, I think the wildfires are a problem for all of us. I think it's important to help out when we can with all those people in such horrible circumstances. And I have confidence in your organization that you have enough equipment and people here to protect us. And I think that in the same situation, if those fires did in fact happen here, that we would have fire trucks and people coming from other areas, such as the interior, to help us out as well. I think it's a big community.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. That was great.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to public participation. Do we have anyone?
Sarah Anthony, Machosen Road. I just watching that. I just want to say, oh my goodness, thank you. I grew up in Kamloops and Prince George, and I've been evacuated from my home twice. And I'm really grateful to know that we're helping my family who still live out there, and it means a lot to me. And I think You know, just that I got a little upset actually hearing them, especially as I know you're just relaying them. But, you know, I think it's so, we're Machosen, but we live in BC and we live in a greater community, and I think it's so important that we can help those people. And if we care about the environment and we care about food security and we care about other human beings, it's really, really important that we can help. And I'm really glad that we can. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, move on to the adoption of the minutes of the meeting of July 17th.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Schicken, seconded by Mayor Little. All in favor? And then receipt of the Healthy Community Advisory Select Committee meetings of July 25th and August 22nd. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Gray. All in favor? Now a councillor's update. I won't really go into this in depth since we've got a lot going on tonight. I hope you'll have a chance to have a look and see what's been going on. We've got Public Works, MACA, and things going on there, as well as the Senior Centre, and the wish more to be coming later on the Community Fire Smart and Resiliency Grant. The background on that will be coming up in a bit when it all gets firmed up. I also wanted to acknowledge again all the work of the Machosen Day Committee and Public Works crew and the fire department and all the gazillion volunteers out there that really made it a very successful day. I know my daughter said it was just like the old time Machosen Day, and it really was. And also included in the report is the 2022 CRD Arts Commission Impact Report. So if you have a chance to look at that, you can kind of see what the Arts Commission does. And they do have a lot of money they give out in grants. So have a chance to have a look at that would be great. Otherwise, we have that as correspondence. I think that's it. So we no other business. So I'll just have a motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor?
That's quick. Felt like I was watching TV.
So I'd like to call to order the Environment and Natural Areas Committee meeting of September 1, 2023. And first acknowledge the territory we're on with the First Nations who've been here for so many years, the Coast Salish and the local First Nation of the Shannon. We have an agenda here, and I wonder if someone would like to move adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Great, thanks. Moved by Councillor Schick and seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Carried, thank you. Public participation. Would anybody like to speak this evening?
Geoff Bacon, Machosen resident. Aren't you glad that I keep your inboxes so full? I have 2 letters for this. I'll try and be quick because I'm aware of the late hour. And it's all about water. It's all about our precious Bilston Creek and our aquifer. So the first one, I'm alerting you, and some people might not know that there's no waterfall. Sitting Lady Falls is not this summer, and I don't remember another summer where there was not water coming over the waterfall. And I think it's a good time to review the water licenses on Bilston Creek and its tributaries. And I do hope the district will actively engage in monitoring our precious creek, not only for flow, but for sedimentation and pollution. And I used to be so proud of Bilston Creek that it maintained summer flow, and so many other districts, their creeks run dry. And now I think we might be in real trouble. And if you were able to monitor the water use from property owners and those who have registered water license, and how many people are maybe drawing water that don't have a license to do so, do we have the staff, or can we get CRD to help us on checking that out? And while they're at it, can they look at the setbacks? Are the setbacks being observed for buildings and livestock to our precious creek? I read in a CRD report, and I think I brought it to your attention once before. It's an old report, but there isn't a more recent one, that Woody's Lagoon could end up being a saltwater marsh. And that would be very sad, I think, if we lost our lagoon. So I appreciate whatever staff and council can do to protect our Bilston Creek watershed. And let's see us get our flow back. We're working against, climate change and all of that, so we have to be extra diligent. We can't take it for granted. And I just wanted to draw to your attention, if you haven't already checked it out, that Bilston Watershed, people have a new website, bilstonwatershed.org. And I just have 3 points from about Aquifer 606. And I didn't know what aquifer we had until Kathy Saluk started educating us. And now everybody's talking about it. And so number one, Aquifer 606 is a large bedrock aquifer that helps replenish creeks and streams in Bilston Creek watershed. It's low productivity, and it's especially vulnerable to contamination from the surface. Number 2 point, Aquifer 606 is located in the area of the lowest levels of groundwater recharge on Vancouver Island. And the website has a map that shows that. And then it goes on to say, add the occurrence of drought and all the hard surfaces in the rapidly developing West Shore. We've got a battle on our hands here. So it's a big responsibility to protect our creeks and aquifer. We all have friends who depend on wells. We are in this climate crisis together, and I know you're well aware of the effects of development on our borders, and I'm inviting you to be water heroes. I was so proud of our council for coming to the Everything Water presentation from Gord Baird, and we're working on Gord Baird coming and doing a presentation here in Metchosin. I want to see it twice because, we hear a good lecture and we write down ideas and then we go away and we don't do anything differently. And putting it into application is the next step. So, thank you. Be water heroes.
Thank you. Anyone else this evening?
Give a bit of an update, and I've got some good maps of the watershed. I've got a few extras I can leave people to. So Alison Leduc, I'm speaking as the president of the Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association. You've been hearing a lot about... Louder, okay, sorry. Okay. So speaking as the president of the Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association. So I submitted a bit about the interim report from Hewitt Creek, and I will just bring your attention to 3 points. So the wetlands charging the upper Hewitt Creek subwatershed are dry, or in various states of dryness, but they still remain an important source of habitat, water filtration, and water storage, according to the biologist. So even if the water is subsurface during the summer, it's still important to the rest of the creek. The lower reaches of the creek have been a real delight to find that there is cool water there with fish in it, and that is groundwater fed. And so even though the upper part of the creek is not flowing, there's nice cool pools down below. And so that's important because, of course, in the rest of the watershed, we're finding that the water flow is drying up. And so that's the second one. The third one is, of course, that the groundwater charged streams are extremely good summer habitat, and that is more important than ever. And so we were just delighted to find that Hewitt Creek was such a little gem. So, and we will have further information about that within the next couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, let's carry on then. The next item on the agenda is adoption of minutes of the Environment and Natural Areas Committee meeting of July 17.
Move adoption.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Epp.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Any discussion? All in favor? Well, that's carried. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is just an update from myself, and I just had, I think, 4 things to mention. One is that Metchosin has got 3 environmental resolutions going forward to UBCM, and some people will remember we've done very well with this. A resolution on reducing anchorages outside the Port of Vancouver was not endorsed by the UBCM executive, but is on the agenda and will be scheduled for consideration and a vote. Our action-oriented motion on biodiversity has received a lot of attention and support from other municipalities, to name them: Qualicum Beach, Victoria, Saanich, and Esquimalt. And the UBCM executive endorsed that resolution and recommended its approval in a block vote of what they call endorsed resolutions. The same holds true for our old growth forest resolution, which was amended at the Association of Vancouver Island and Coastal Communities. So in light of that, and how things went so well at AVIC, and in consideration of the cost of my attendance, I'm not going to go to UBCM this year, but I want to thank my council colleagues who are attending: Mayor Little, Councillor Shukin, and Councillor Donaldson. Next thing I wanted to report on was there was a carbon budget workshop held by the CRD that Councillor Donaldson and I both attended in late June. There'd been some talk about this for some time in the CRD about how do we measure our progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So it was quite interesting to participate in an international webinar discussing carbon budget experiences here in Canada, but in Europe as well. And I think both Councillor Donaldson and I were not convinced of the effort involved in calculating, estimating, populating, and updating a climate budget would pay off in terms of driving more action on reducing greenhouse gas emissions. I think both of us are open to further discussion on the point, and we welcome council and public input. There's a CRD report pending, and when that's back, we'll talk about that a little bit more and see what it says precisely. So at our last meeting and then at council, we passed motions with regards to the drought and extreme low water in Bilston Creek. And those were brought forward to us by Alison Leduc, who spoke a moment ago from the Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association. So as a result of that, we put a notice on our website notifying our residents and asking them to not draw water from our creeks where feasible. We also followed up with a senior aquatic ecologist with the BC Government Fish and Wildlife. And when speaking to him, he said, look, given this severe level 5 drought on the island and much of British Columbia, there's not much that can be done in terms of recharging stream flow. It's really dependent on the rains. My understanding is that many water licenses are not subject to regulation in terms of water drawn, except for those used for irrigation. That is under the provincial rules and regulations. Even provincial monitoring, as was referenced in Ms. Leduc's letter to us, is quite limited due to the limited resources with the provincial ministry. A follow-up meeting is scheduled with the senior aquatic ecologist and a number of his staff for Wednesday this week. And I hope to join staff in that discussion and report back on some of the issues raised this evening by both Ms. Bacon and Ms. Leduc. The fourth point I wanted to mention, my last one, was the watershed management planning. So earlier this year, I've been in touch, I attended a CRD watershed management meeting and discussed with the people there from the CRD what it would cost for Metchosin to join the water monitoring system that they have. And they got to look at it with I guess some of their finance people. The cost would be around $35,000 per year. And there's not a lot of testing done, but it was interesting to know about. When I spoke to them further, they said they would follow up with the Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association to see if they might partner with a non-governmental organization providing some of those services. I'm not certain where those discussions sit at the moment, and I'll catch up with people in the association after our meeting tonight. There may be something viable there in terms of stream monitoring that Ms. Bacon's given mention to this evening. Nevertheless, I have been talking to Kim Hill and to Alison Leduc, both from the Bilston Habitat Protection Association, about the creation of a watershed management plan with Langford and Colwood too. And we've got some old documents that we're looking at that they've shared with me. It took a bit of digging to find them, dated 1996. I've got a couple of drafts here. And so I'm just going through those, and then we're planning to meet again to discuss that. And also, of course, involve the Metchosin Environmental Advisory Select Committee as to next steps. We recognize that buffer land detention pond issues are being addressed separately, so we're not meaning to interfere in those thoughtful efforts, but we're doing all this other sort of getting going on the bigger topic. We are facing, of course, with the climate, the change in the weather, the droughts that we've got now. Things are going to get more difficult, it seems to me, but as the speakers at public participation tonight say, we should be thinking about it and doing the best we can to prepare and do the things that we can do, including looking at the well licenses and the further question of, are people drawing water without licenses? It sounds like the province is quite stretched at the moment on these questions, but we'll learn more and bring back to committee and inform the public as best we can. So maybe with that, if there's any questions, I can answer them, or we can move on to say thanks for the two letters that came this evening from Ms. Bev Bacon and the other letter from Ms. Leduc. Particularly thinking about Hewitt Creek, we're going to talk later this evening about the development proposal on Beckingham, and that's really one of the headwaters of the Bilston Creek there. And so I think it's important we redouble our efforts in terms of preservation and protection. And I much appreciate what the developers have put forward to us with regards to that question of the riparian area and otherwise. But we'll be discussing that a little bit later this evening. With that, I'd look for a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Schuken. All in favor? Carried. Thanks so much.
Okay, we're just going to take a 120-second break, and then we'll be back.
Thank you.
So this was the option of that. The committee recommended council. Yeah. And then this one, community planning. So on the 1050 Madison Lake Road, so it was this option 3. So these two are out. Yeah, and then that's it.
And how does that shift with the no, sorry.
This will be other business. Just put the sticky here. You want to add these two. Basically, that's the end. Just before the end of the meeting. Last item. So that'll be after the Beckingham Road proposal. Thank
So our there's a statute.
Okay, good evening. Thank you for persevering to the council meeting. This is the council meeting of September 11th, 2023. Thank you to both Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Gray for doing the territorial acknowledgement. With the agenda, we've got some pinks in terms of correspondence from regarding the 4696 Beckingham Road from Robert Chabot, Beth Bacon, Dave Stevens, Matt and Evelyn Loken, Denise Coors, Ryder Bateman, and Tamara Ballard, all in the pinks. As well, we would like to add to ratify the recommendations from the committee for the agricultural plan and for the DVP, and this will be done in section 13, in number 13. And with those additions, I'll accept the motion to amend the agenda and adopt it as moved. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Schuken. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We have no presentations, but we do have public participation. You have 4 minutes, and if we could, could we have anybody who would like to speak to the tax exemptions first, and then if everybody could come at that time, and then we will deal with other matters.
Mayor Lynn?
Yes?
I would like to recuse myself as my husband sits on the board of one of the organizations that's under review for tax exemptions.
Okay, thank you. We'll come and get you afterwards.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gary Smurfett. I have 3 items to speak to, but I'll just speak to the tax exemptions first, and then I'll sit down. I want to support the Victoria Motorcycle Club's continuing to be a recipient of a permissive tax exemption. At this location, the Victoria Motorcycle Club provides an opportunity for youth to learn how to ride motorcycles safely in a confined area, and if they wish to compete in low-impact motorcycle events. My 2 grandsons did that, and it's really helped them to learn in a safe way. And I greatly appreciated this, and hopefully this opportunity will continue to be provided by the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to the tax exemption question?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is David Warner. I live at 2007 Dugan Place in the Highlands. I'm the president and life member of the Victoria Motorcycle Club, and I just wanted to speak for consideration of the general tax exemption bylaw. The Victoria Motorcycle Club was initially founded in 1906 as part of the Victoria Automobile and Motorcycle Club. The VMC became its own entity in 1912. Formally constituted as a society in 1927 and registered under the BC Societies Act in 1947. They have been inducted into the Canadian Motorcycle Hall of Fame in 2010 and the Greater Victoria Sports Hall of Fame in 2019. From its inception, the club has held monthly general meetings conducting using Robert's Rules of Order format, and we still have the minutes of all those meetings. Since its beginning, the Victoria Motorcycle Club was founded for this, has promoted the sport of motorcycling for all types and for all ages. As a club, we believe that riding is one of the few things left that is family-oriented, healthy, enjoyable, and isn't prohibitively expensive. As a result, as a mode of transportation, motorcycling has several advantages over automobiles, such as fuel efficiency, resulting in a lower carbon footprint, and the simple fact that motorcycles are easy to park in a car. For many years, the VMC has been a steward of the motorcycle club property and been chosen. Preservation of green space on Vancouver Island is becoming a tough challenge as urban sprawl encroaches on all natural areas. The VMC has maintained the 175-acre plot in virtually the same natural state as it was purchased in 1967, I think it was, with the minimal trail clearing, much less than is required to create a park or campsite. At present, the VMC is actively working to develop new riding areas in other districts. Items to note: the VMC supported the District of Metchosen's Fire Department to host a regional fire training exercise on our property in 2022, with many departments attending from across all parts of Vancouver Island. Metchosen's SAR team is to hold a wilderness training exercise on our property this month on the 23rd, with future training dates to be considered. The VMC provides fundraising opportunities for both the Metchosen Fire Department Auxiliary and Boy Scouts troops in running food concession stands and donating the proceeds from 50/50s to them when we have selected events. In 2023, VMC made charitable donations to the Vancouver Island Ride for Life to support prostate cancer, BC Children's Hospital Foundation and BC Cancer Foundation Vancouver Island chapter, with funds raised from events held on our property. The VMC follows a good neighbor policy by protecting our forest property from fire risks during extended drought periods by enacting partial and or full property closures, which we had to do this year when no riding is allowed. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you. Anybody else for public participation, particularly about the tax exemptions? Seeing no one, I was wondering, could you go on to Councillor Donald? Thank you.
Other
there will be other comments, but I just want Councillor Donaldson in the room for that as well.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
She's in the mayor's office.
Okay, with that, we've got everybody else. Would anybody else like to speak for public participation? You have 4 minutes. Please state your name and your street.
Patty Whitehouse, Rocky Point Road. Now, I do understand how much council has to deal with. I understand that you are juggling with both feet, both hands and your noses, and that there are things that you forget as a result. But yes, you have seen the Dogson-Machosen Working Group's recommendations regarding signage before and other things. The previous council accepted all of our recommendations. This council confirmed them, subsequently asked the Dogson-Machosen Working Group to start the education campaign. That was one of the recommendations. Has received more than one correspondence from the Dogson-Machosen Working Group regarding the signage and the importance of getting started on it. And council is waiting for a return of the animal control bylaw amended based on recommendations from the Dogson-Machosen Working Group. So yes, you know about it, you've forgotten, I understand, but it really is important. There is no point in my putting, or us putting the effort into the education campaign if the signage isn't there to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. One thing that I forgot.
Because, I'm sorry, because as we know, as time goes on very soon, there will be more and more people coming to Machosen, using our recreational areas, who don't read the news and need to know that the signage is recreational infrastructure likely covered under some of our grants, including the community infrastructure grant. Growing Communities grant. So please, don't lose sight of that. It's going to be important for Machosen.
Okay, thank you. One thing that I remembered, Ms. Whitehouse's prompting is that we had Bonnie Ferris design some of the signs, so that's available and already designed and ready to go. I forgot about that, so thank you.
Mayor, little I do hear what Ms. Whitehouse is saying, and I can take this on and connect with Ms. Whitehouse staff and move this along.
Okay, great, thank you. Anybody else for public participation? Go ahead.
So, Alison Duke, Darien Place. This is about the Sand Mountain Stormwater Management Plan. I was surprised to see the District of Machosen engineer submitted an update to council about the Stormwater Management Plan, saying that MIASC and PTASC have submitted their comments, and the engineer recommends approving the Stormwater Management Plan. The update doesn't mention whether the Agriculture Advisory Committee has submitted its comments. However, the major stormwater infrastructure referral policy states that the Agriculture Advisory Committee must be given the opportunity to review and provide comments to district staff on these stormwater management plans. So I made a presentation to the Agriculture Advisory Committee last week about stormwater in Bilston Creek watershed. I was given to understand that the committee had not received a copy of the most recent revision of the stormwater management plan that the district's engineer refers to in his August 31 memorandum. I'm assuming that's the most recent version. And this is important because it looks like there's been a significant change between the first version and the most recent version of the stormwater management plan. As the district engineer points out, and we have the same problem as Gary has pointed out, that we have had a hard time getting actual copies or, reliable information about the different versions. But as the engineer points out, the first version of the stormwater management plan only discussed pollution control and green infrastructure techniques that could, underline, be used to achieve the goals. Whereas the latest version of the stormwater management plan contains a new section, which again I haven't seen, but he refers to it, that commits to the use of green stormwater infrastructure that will be incorporated. And they commit to following the green stormwater infrastructure common design guidelines for the capital region, which in my view is a very good step in the right direction. Because the earlier version made very little mention of water quality. Really, if you look at that April 27th version, there's one or two sort of mentions of it. So Bilston Watershed Habitat Protection Association has not been provided a copy of the most recent version, and we've been denied access to the report by Colquitt's Engineering, so we can't comment on any of those details. But I do have some questions. So, was the Agriculture Advisory Select Committee provided with a copy of the most recent revision of the Stormwater Management Plan? And if so, have they provided their comments on the most recent version to the district staff? Which I think is important before it's approved. So that raises the question of whether MEASC and PTASC were provided a copy of the most recent revision of the Stormwater Management Plan for consideration before they provided their comments. I'm not sure what the timing was there. But in any case, if none of those things, or if even one of those things was not done, then it raises the question about whether there's been compliance with the major stormwater infrastructure referral policy. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Dibble?
Go ahead.
Sorry, very quickly, I can confirm that both PTASC and MEASC, the chairs, have received a policy, or sorry, the stormwater plan, the most recent one. I don't know if the Ag Committee has received it. And I'm from Councillor Donaldson's nod, I don't believe that's the case, because the council liaisons have also received the plan as well.
Councillor Donaldson, can you confirm?
It came up at our last meeting, and it's
not
on our agenda.
Okay.
No, they haven't even done a tour. There's been no direction for them to actually do it, so they're asking me. So,
okay.
So now I'm trying to get them organized to actually do a tour of the bufferlands at least, but we've not seen any requests to.
Okay, so we'll make sure that they get the plan according to our plan. Okay. Thank you.
Johnny Colline, Cliff Drive. First of all, and I'm speaking as the co-editor of the Muse, first of all, I want to thank you again for the honour you gave us yesterday as Citizen of the Year. That was a fantastic honour, I really appreciate it. But secondly, to draw it to your attention, or remind you if you already knew it, in each edition of the Muse, there is a thing from your staff, a council schedule and an update. And that's an opportunity if you have something particular you want to remind the public about, some particular meeting you want them to attend. Those staff don't necessarily attend these meetings and won't necessarily know what you believe is a really important meeting to attend. So there's an opportunity to go through staff. But secondly, we also put in, we go through our whole paper and clean out the important meetings and put those in one little section towards the end of the paper, important dates for you to attend. And from informal feedback from the readers, I gather that is, just about everybody reads that. We don't read everything we write, but they do read that. So you could also, in addition to going through staff, if you have something that you really think is an important thing that people should attend, then you can just drop me a line and I'll make sure it gets in there. And we do try very hard to get our edition out before the start of the month, so you've got the whole month ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for public participation for the council meeting?
So Lisa Luke, 900 Neff Road. Mayor Little and council. Can't hear? I believe that there is still time to recall the motion from the previous planning committee meeting to advance the subdivision application for Beckingham Road. I would urge you to do so. In the intervening weeks, many questions which were not sufficiently addressed by the applicant or in the district staff's report have resurfaced. There's been much discussion about whether the committee acted hastily and without due diligence. I, for one, agree with the mayor's perspective about taking enough time for sober second thoughts. But I also understand that sometimes committee members may feel that the process can be followed and the necessary answers will be forthcoming as all of the steps unfold. In this instance, however, I would caution the committee that this particular application is too important to wait on the process to reveal the best way forward. This may prove to be a watershed decision, and as such, It needs careful scrutiny and an appropriate time frame. Your decision on this matter will definitely impact all future development proposals, and it warrants your focus and commitment to the residents of Metchosin. Not until every one of you is satisfied that you have answered every question, considered all of the possibilities that come to mind, and are prepared to defend your choice with confidence and conviction, should you move this application ahead. Please don't rush to a precedent that will return to haunt you later. Now, due diligence is a process unto itself. It is a constantly evolving strategy to find the best information available at the time, to make a comprehensive decision based on the known variables, and it allows for change with new insight and understanding. At no time should the process be set in stone, and as so many outcomes simply produce more unknowns. In Metchosin's case, we seem to have a problem with the flow of information between staff, the CAO, and the members of council or committee. This all-important dialogue, facilitated in clear and constant communication between staff and councillors, is not happening in a timely manner. And this needs to change, and quickly, please. Thank you for listening.
Barb Sawatsky, 4713 Kabir Road. I would also like to revisit to the August 12th vote for amenity rezoning regarding the above proposed development, and that of course is Beckingham Road. Councillor Donaldson expressed rightful concern that giving consideration to this amendment would open up Metchosin's official community plan. Metchosin owes nothing to any developer. Lita Homes was aware of the terms of our OCP when they purchased the Beckingham Road property. Being nice and making promises are part of the game. The carrots of Parkland and City Water are tempting, but deeper implications include the advantageous precedent for future developers. Further, once demands are met, there is nothing stopping Lita Homes from selling the entire project to another developer who could come to council requesting even more lots. How much staff time are you willing to give to proposals which do not comply with our OCP? Currently, every house built on this property is allowed to have a suite. 14 houses with suites equal 28 dwellings. 24 houses could legally become a subdivision of 48. You are all elected under trust, so stay strong and stick to your election promises. It's up to you to stick your collective fingers in the dike to stop our OCP from being breached. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak at the meeting?
Kim Hill, 1070 Brookview Drive. Again, speaking in regards to Beckingham, thank you for the opportunity here. Yes, concerning the Beckingham land speculation that's currently in play, my concerns are that this really is a conflict and what appears to be a facilitation of conflict with our OCP. Back to basics, and I spoke about this in earlier this year. The OCP is quite clear in regards to the rules here. The number of lots to be created at that location is dependent on the well services being sustainable for each lot to a maximum of 14. No more than that, quite possibly less. And also, as usual, riparian setbacks, road allowances, etc. also may vary the number of allowed lots. The OCP, the lay of the land there, the unique lay of the land there, the unique water situation, These all are well known. They were well known beforehand by the developer. The likely yield on that property is probably about 6 to 9 lots. The speculator or the developer is obviously not satisfied with this modest gain. Why the heck are we encouraging, I'm putting out the hope for 24 lots? It's beyond comprehension, or beyond reasonable. It's beyond what I expect from the chosen. Anyways, back to basics. How many wells are possible up there? Well, who knows? If Machosen says the number of lots depends on this factor, Machosen needs to require a proper, independent report about the matter, and that the usual would include the developer and or the district to install a test well first and get the current rates of production of the neighborhood first. And then you build in stipulations that guarantee that the new wells won't impact existing wells. Now, contrary to some fear-mongering going around, domestic wells are a relatively low impact on the aquifer. What they draw out mostly goes right back in. As long as you don't have sewers, you've got septic fields, it goes back in to provide for recharge. The loss and depletion in aquifer 606 is not from domestic usage. It's from the careless development and the small lots, the loss of infiltration, the pavement, mainly north of here. And the solution to that is the integrated watershed management plan that Councillor Gray referred to earlier. But later for that. And meanwhile, bringing in pipe water, I feel it's just a red herring. It's great for the developer short term. For the taxpayer, it's just another long-term expense, another piece of infrastructure that we've got to take care of. For fire protection, fire ponds. That's why we have 10 trucks. You know, you put in the ponds. Ponds are great for infiltration and recharge of the groundwater too. 24 lots versus 8. It's not just the infrastructure with the pipes. You've got policing, you've got the roads, you've got schools, and it's not just 24 lots. As Barb mentioned, we've got secondary suites in there. Another thing about people who are on wells, it tends to bring about a sense of stewardship. When you are dependent on well water, you become a parent of important truth, that water is valuable and it deserves your personal protection. So, I strongly object to a private interest group, their gain causing long-term costs to the public here. I fear that we are being duped. I urge you to keep your wits about you. Long live the OCP.
Anybody else wish to speak at public participation this evening?
Hello, Lisa Key, Kangaroo Road. I would also like to request that you review the vote from August. I also have concerns about this moving forward. Most importantly, that there's a number of questions that haven't been properly addressed yet. And I don't want to take a lot of time. I know it's gotten very late, but the hydrology report seems very questionable. The impact on wildlife during construction and afterwards. The impact of road widening, who's going to pay for it? What happens to the other properties? Is there going to be land appropriation for that? There's so many different questions there that haven't been answered yet before it even moves on to a public hearing. So I would ask, as soon as the other speakers, that you do review this, take more time to ask the questions. And in terms of support, I've only seen very minimal support, 2 letters of support. One is because of the piped water, which I'm also in support of. I think the piped water is really important, but not to gain 24 lots out of it. And the other letter of support was from a realtor, so the realtor might be able to answer the question as to how much do the lots gain in value by having piped water, or how much do they actually decrease in value by having well water that has no certainty of water in the future. So that may be a good person to speak to. So yeah, my overall request is that you look at it again. And if you will indulge me for a quick second, I would also really like to compliment the councillors and all the volunteers from yesterday. Machosen Day was wonderful. It brought back a real feeling of community, which in these times where things have been rather negative, it was really nice to experience. So I thank you all. I thank all the volunteers. That was really fantastic. And two more quick points. I see that it looks like you are moving towards approving 5079 William Head Road. I think that's a great idea. It seems like a really simple ask, so I hope that you do go ahead and approve that. And I'm also really happy that you're continuing to work with the Working Dog Group again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, Little?
Yes,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to make a motion, I'd like to make a motion that we extend this meeting past 10 p.m.
Okay, moved by Councillor Shukin to extend the meeting past 10 p.m. and second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? You're opposed? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, there was somebody else here that wanted to speak.
F. Bacon, Machosen resident. I have 2 letters into you. I've been asked if I would please read the second one because it's a pink and people maybe haven't read it yet. And the first one I'll just summarize because it came in earlier. And I've read the other letters to council on the Beckingham project, and I see a lot of agreement. How the letters differ is in attention to details. My position remains that 20 lots is maximum because the calculations that arrived at 20 are already flawed. 24 is egregious. I have 2 slogans that will sum up everything. 20 is plenty, and bone density is good, bonus density is bad. The amenity development with pipe water is to the advantage of the applicant. Bonus density is superfluous and setting a precedent that we will regret. Beckingham is the first big subdivision for this council. Let's take the time to get it right. We don't have all the relevant information in order to negotiate a fair deal. We are not ready to go to a public hearing. In my opinion, it would not be overly time-consuming or expensive for the district to get independent opinions or estimates on the following. 1, the cost of bringing pipe water down Kangaroo to Beckingham. We should find out that ourselves, not have second-hand information. 2, the state of Aquifer 606 and the wells in the Beckingham neighborhood. 3, whether the district has the authority to impose a decision that there should be no new wells in this area. 4, a comparison in selling price for lots with or without pipe water. 5, the comparative saleability of lots with or without piped water. 6, the difference in insurance costs for houses where there is or not fire hydrants. And we really want to know the details of the July 2021 subdivision application. Was it accepted? Was it rejected? And if so, why? Was it withdrawn? But, we have a new staff and new council, and I think it's important to know the history. I've put in an FOI, but it could take a month to get that information, but I'm sure you can get the information. What about that earlier subdivision application? I understand it was for like 14 lots, and maybe they couldn't find water, maybe they got rejected, I don't know. But I think you should know before you go into this deal. So here's my letter that I was asked to read. I hope you'll indulge me. I hope you will stop this train wreck. A very positive looking amenity development could go all wrong if council doesn't protect us. We should not be taking the important step of going to a costly and divisive public hearing on the strength of a 3-2 vote. The time pressure you feel to move forward is nothing compared with what could go wrong if you rely on good intentions and reputation rather than what we can control and enforce. It seems obvious to me that awarding bonus density will be a precedent that you will regret, that we will regret. we have more large properties that are subject to development. The way I read the OCP, we're at risk of having all of Metchosin chopped up into 5 and 10 acre lots. I don't see a provision for keeping 30, 40, 50, or 100 acre parcels intact. You're going to have to do something creative. I think council should be proactive and do some rezoning. In view of climate change, water resources, loss of habitat, and the destruction of landscape and loss of biodiversity at our borders. I remember when Leader Group attended a meeting with the former council, the first thing the chair of the planning committee, Kiera Kahakawila, said was, "You'll have to provide piped water." What did she know? That should be given given for all new development on Aquifer 606. That's the cost of doing business. There's no obligation to give bonus density for doing what's necessary. Aquifer 606 can't take any more. It's oversubscribed. Now, as I hear, that's not my information, that's from other people who live in the area and have wells that run dry and they have to conserve. Or a lot of people in that area are buying water in the summer. Now, for what you should do with the I'm almost done. For now, what you should do with the subdivision application that's in front of you is please reconsider the vote for proceeding with a public hearing and have staff come back with more information, better options, and enforceable guarantees. Have you considered these variables? 1, how would we vote if we knew who the beneficial owners of the property are? The owners are a numbered company. And they signed a partnership agreement 2 months before acquiring this property, and they won't tell us, or they won't tell me, who the partners are. How are we protected with the change of owners? Is there anything to say the cluster housing, that is one house on each 2 acre lot as I understand it, could not end up being multifamily units? Lita Homes is developing or building townhomes in Laurel Bay, and it looks like what they're making on Happy Valley Road is multifamily units. They don't just do custom homes. Are you considering that the current push to have affordable housing, this is scary, might override Metchosin's input and control? Have you checked to see if the district has the authority to deny more wells on Aquifer 606? That would be really interesting. I hope you will look at the Beckingham subdivision through a critical lens and give the public a deal we can be confident in. We're not asking for anything extraordinary. 40% green space, no increase in density, piped water. And I think the property could be sold at a profit without doing any improvements if this approval went with the land. One last couple sentences.
Okay, quick.
Where I see, I think this is a suggestion going forward, where I see room for the district to help with the cost is on the trails, the road improvement, and the water services. I know we don't have surplus money, but what would the district look into finding grant money for one or more of those offerings? Maybe we can help in that way to sweeten the deal. And I hope you persevere until you get this right, and I hope the applicant will see the benefit of having the public hearing go mostly in their favor. And I don't know if you're aware, but some Metchosin residents don't approve of cluster housing. I think it's a great idea, but they're going to run into that at the public hearing as well.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public participation for this evening?
Okay. Thanks, Mayor and Council. It's Pearce Moore, 4545 William Head Road, and I'm speaking tonight now on behalf of as president of the Association for the Protection of Rural Metchosin, and I've done my best. There's quite a bit of redundancy we're hearing tonight to keep this as brief as possible, but I would like to speak, if I may. I'll be under 4 minutes in 2 parts. The first part are a few brief notes from 2 members of our resource group, and this is all, of course, with respect to Beckingham. They've actually cited Gary Smurfett as he has indicated that the actual number of allowable 2-hectare lots under current zoning is 17 to 19, with the lower number most likely 17, most likely under proper environmental assessments. As a result, from our resource folks, Council should stop treating it as 20 and indicating the request of only an increase of 4 to 24. It is actually more like 7 more, which is an unsettling increase in density. They pose the question, can the property in question handle the development of even 20 homes on less than 2 hectares, each with respect to septic fields? The property is primarily wetlands, as we know, which raises the concern as to whether there would be potential for contamination of those wetlands or wetlands water with that level of building density. Overall, the estimated costs and environmental impacts need to have more detail and confirmation by qualified professionals. Going forward, what has been provided to date substantially raises the risk that the development will run into unforeseen problems, and things like city water, proper hydrology, etc., may end up being issues for Metchosin, like the similarly vague land swap of years ago. Just because it sounds like a good thing, it doesn't mean necessarily that it will end up that way if you don't tighten up the estimates and the details. Last bit from the resource folks is the cluster of potentially 20 new houses at whatever size fit into the neighborhood. Would the increase of up to 200 more people in that area, houses plus secondary suites, negatively impact the infrastructure, i.e. the road, and the quality and enjoyment of the property for current residents? Okay, second bit, if I may. I mentioned that I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the membership of the APRM, and you might ask yourself, well, to what extent precisely? As you folks know, we distribute our version of council notes to all our members, usually well in advance of a subsequent council meeting. It's rare, but this time it was not possible to put those out until late last Friday. As a consequence, the next day, Saturday, September 9, 2 days ago, we received 24 communications, phone calls or emails from our members in a 12-hour period. We've been able to connect with 17 of these on Saturday and 4 more yesterday, leaving only 3 as I speak to get back to. All the communications related to the Beckingham proposal. Curiously, because we know everybody's address, only 2 of these parties lived in close proximity to Beckingham, and that was on Kangaroo Road in both cases. The message we received is consistent with what you've heard tonight during this public participation. And the bottom line, it appears that there remains confusion on the people that contacted us on to some of the development proposal details and some inconsistency they believe to have observed in the committee's previous voting results. Please note that this is your first significant land use proposal to come before you during your term, and your preparation and due process will therefore be judged on this one, and we'd like to see you win. Last bit, your residents are clearly asking that you do the right thing by them, and it starts with improved fact-finding and clarity before moving forward. Tonight we ask you, as our council, to hear and respect that request. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else wish to speak at public participation? Ms. Miller, could I have another pen, please? I've run out. Thank you. Go ahead.
Sarah at Tame Chosen Road. I've just been sort of watching this Buckingham Road stuff going for a while. Even as like a person who obviously cares a lot about housing, this is not the kind of housing I really want to see at all. This is going to be mini mansions. I imagine this is wealthy people homes. These are going to be quite expensive places. I don't think these are the kind of people who need secondary suites, or if they do, it's for their housekeeper or whatever. It's that Oak Bay with sheep thing we kind of talk about. That said, it makes no difference to me whether there's 20 of them or there's 24 of them. If we get good stuff out of it, if we can negotiate stuff out of it that helps this community, I'd rather we got something out of it. So that's my piece on that.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak at public participation? Seeing none, we're going to move on in the council agenda. Moving to adoption of the minutes. So I'm on page 5 of the council agenda. This is the council meeting from August 14th. Could I have a motion to adopt the minutes? Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed?
No, I'm in favor. Just want to make a comment.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is the August 14 meeting. Yeah, I want to correct a misunderstanding and apologize to Colwood Councillor Kim Jordison and IACTI for my mistaken words at our last council meeting. It was I who phoned Councillor Jordison on August 13, 2023, not the other way around. She had asked me to call her the day before to discuss our agenda item related to IACTI, and so I did call her. Her message to me on the phone was unequivocal. She said that IACTI was ready to take on the role as the new provincially mandated disability committee. Contrary to my words, Councillor Jordison did not question the ability of IACTI to manage its money. She told me of meetings involving Mayor Little and herself where new financial management rules and the impact of changes in committee responsibilities had to be ironed out. She indicated that this took some time, but the changes were ultimately accepted in principle. I didn't express that properly in my comments during last council meeting. Again, I unreservedly apologize to Councillor Jordison, IACTI, Mayor, and this council for my mistaken words.
Okay. Thank you for that apology. Is there any other concerns or comments regarding the August 14th minutes? Seeing none? I've forgotten. Have we got a mover and a seconder?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Myself and
Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving now to the two special council meetings, August 18th and August 31st. Councillor Shukin, I could take them both unless you want them split.
No, I'm happy to move August 18th and August 31st special council meetings for adoption.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. Concerns? Comments? Not call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Moving to the mayor's report. That's on page 19 of your council agenda. First of all, we have a Rising report. I just wanted to note that Kathleen Zimmerman and Barry McLean have been appointed to the Peninsula and Area Agricultural Commission. That was recommendations from the Metchosin Council. And we also have, I just wanted to note there was some correspondence on Facebook and some questions regarding a prisoner at William Head Institution. And I just wanted to state that I've been assured that the offender has not been in the community unescorted. If he would have left the property, it would have constituted an escape, and notifications would have been issued along with a warrant for apprehension. The offender recently applied for escorted temporary absences from William Head Institution that were denied by the Parole Board of Canada. And then furthermore, on my mayor's update from September 6th, this is on page 19, I just wanted to mention that I have been attending all of the Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness briefings that are put on by Ministers Bronwyn Ma and Municipal Affairs Minister Ann Kang. That's been going on all summer. I've communicated those to the fire chief while she's been deployed, while she's been here. We've had active discussions back and forth, and this is for your information. Secondly, we did have a volunteer appreciation night on August 24th. It was to a resounding success. The band was absolutely terrific. Kathleen Sutherland counted up to 200 people there, and I think that was a jolly good start to thank our volunteers of the committee. My ask is that Council consider supporting 2 more concerts for July and August of 2024 to recognize the volunteers of Metchosin and increase the volunteer appreciation budget allocation to $1,400. That is my ask to Council, given the resounding success of the volunteer appreciation night. What say ye?
It was a great idea, and I think it went off incredibly well. Yeah, excellent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Okay, would you like to propose a motion? I will propose the motion. How's that? That Council consider supporting 2 concerts for 2024, one for July, one for August, to recognize the volunteers of Metchosin and increase the volunteer appreciation budget by double, which would be from $700 to $1,400.
I'll second.
Okay, second for discussion. Anybody else wish to comment on this?
The one thing I might suggest in terms of the concerts is we look at doing them at maybe different times. So we could try one later. We could try one, say, at 5:30, so it actually is a picnic dinner.
Okay.
So I did bring a picnic dinner that night, but my spouse noticed that no one was eating.
Okay.
So I didn't get to eat mine. But.
Okay.
And one other thing too is I do feel like these events, the best beneficiaries are the children of the volunteers. So if we have it earlier, the kids can run wild for a while. So.
Okay, great suggestion. Anybody else? Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I thought it went off very well. There's so many great volunteers in our community, and it was nice to be part of that celebration. Next year, it would be nice if the volunteer firefighters also had the evening off and were more, part of appreciating them.
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be nice. And then the other thing, it's just really a question. I don't know if we can change a budget item here tonight, but we can put it in prepare that at future. I don't know if we can change the budget. But through the chair, I could ask Mr. Nisk about that.
Okay, and Councillor Donaldson before Ms. Tarnowski. Go ahead.
We aren't proposing to have another concert this year. It will be for next year, and budget talks will be starting in probably early November.
Mm-hmm.
So I certainly do support that. It's something that we can plan and talk about further.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, great. Well, with that, I'll call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And then lastly, I'm surprised that Councillor Epp didn't allude to this in her report. We did have the Hans Helgeson Elementary School crosswalk celebration. It was attended by grandparents, parents, council, RCMP, members of the ICBC, and others, some children. And it was a great celebration. And I'd like to congratulate council, especially Councillor Epp, on this initiative. We have the crosswalk and the crossing guards. The parents have been asking this for up to 2 decades. And so thank you. And this is a report for information. Did you want to say anything else?
Oh, well, I did actually have it down, but I think, trying to get through the meeting in such a hurry. I realized I adjourned and completely forgot about it. So, but I knew you had it in your mayor's update, so I thought, well, we're going to have it covered. So, it is very exciting to have it, see it up and running.
Okay. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the reports for action on page 21 of 28, or sorry, 21 to 28. This is the request for a development variance at 5097 William Head Road.
Mayor Little?
Go ahead.
I would like to move that we issue development variance permit 2303, and I'll just make a brief comment if there's a second.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Gray. Go ahead.
I will recall that the council did do a site visit to this particular property, hosted by Martin and Agnes, and we had a look at the facility. Essentially, it is 60 centimeters too close to the property line. They're extending an existing building and want to make use of the foundation and the existing wall. There will be no plumbing that is in this building. To me, it's very suitable, and for the variance being requested here.
Okay.
Happy to support it.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to it? Councillor Gray.
Sure, just say that when we took a look at it, we could see there was no bother for the neighbors and the neighbors' housing or buildings. There didn't seem to be any environmental questions related to the issue. And it was, as Councillor Shukin has noted, is a minimal change, but saving on construction debris and other, and construction cost aspect, but construction debris particularly. So I'll be supporting the motion.
Okay. Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, I agree. It's non-interference to anyone. It's a good placing for it, whoever thought about it initially, and expanding it for their purposes, for family and for their music studio, I think is what he was referring to a fair bit too. So no, it certainly fits with within the envelope that we have within our OCP. This is why we have these guidelines, and it's a very minor adjustment.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? If not, I'll call the question. On the motion is option number 1, to issue the development variance permit 2303. Call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion is carried. Thank you. We're moving on to the reports for information on page 29. This is a report from our engineer, our contract engineer. This is to receive for information. Councillor Donaldson and Councillor Shukin, do you wish to speak to this item?
I do, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. First of all, I do want to thank Mr. Hurley for his update on the work he's done on the CME stormwater, Central Mountain Estates stormwater system. And I also want to pass on my thanks to members of MEASC and PTASC who have provided comments to earlier versions of the plan, as Mr. Hurley mentions. Now, one of the things that Mr. Hurley points out is that from version 1 to version 3 of the stormwater report, I'm going to call it the SWIM report, stormwater management report, SWIM report. There's been more clarity in the level of commitment to environmental standards around a vital aspect of the system, and that's water quality. And in the context of stormwater management, that essentially means how a system is going to deal with rainwater that carries hydrocarbons, garbage, soil, dirt, dog poo, and other contaminants that will be washed down by the rain. And of course here, it's going to be washed down into the detention pond of Machosen, which is in Machosen in the bufferland. And of course that water eventually finds its way into Machosen Creek, Bilston Creek, and eventually into Wade's Lagoon. Okay, so I would say yes, we have some confirmation on action around water quality in this third version, which was sent to us on August 25th. But I'm troubled that it has taken 3 versions to get to this point. And I also wonder what more can and should be done and to be confirmed in terms of managing water quality. That is, to me, that is one of the vital aspects of the system. So, and one thing, Mr. Hervey mentions that there is bioswales, the mention of bioswales in the stormwater plan in this version, but I have to point out there's no information on the number, the design, and the location and size of those bioswales. And key thing here, it is mentioned in the last section of the swim plan, the current version. And I'm sorry to be skeptical about this, but it strikes me as it is a Lego brick that has been attached to a piece of something that's already been built. In the read that I was able to do, I don't see the information on the bioswales integrated through the rest of the report. It just appears to be tagged on to the end. And again, it coming this late in the process, it leaves me with questions. So the thing that strikes me is I feel there's both a need to provide clarity to all parties about the higher environmental and operating standards that the District of Metchosin expects the system to be built to. And what I'm worried is we're going to give permission and there will be confusion as to what permission we've given. And so I would propose 2 steps here. I would like us to engage our consulting engineer, Colquitz, who we've hired, to provide advice as to what would constitute best practices around water quality specific to the CME system. And it's going to be very different with CME. One of the key characteristics of this area is the anticipation of infiltration into the ground from stormwater is virtually nil. And that's because of the amount of hard surface and also the rocky terrain that this residential development is going to be built on. So it's essentially all coming to the stormwater detention pond. Okay, so that's the first thing, is to request information from Colquitz around water quality. And second is that we clearly communicate to CME, the developers, their engineers, and the City of Langford our desires for a system that incorporates advanced environmental protection measures, and that we require this before formal approval is given of the stormwater management plan. And toward that, I have drafted a resolution. And I hate to drop this on council right now. I apologize because it's late. I'm going to give that to you. Excuse me. There may be a typo or 2 in here, but I would like to move the following. The council further engage Colquitz Engineering to seek its advice on best management practices in terms of stormwater quality and other related aspects specific to the stormwater management system at Central Mountain Estates. Second, that council directs staff to confirm with CME and their engineers and the City of Langford through a letter that the CME stormwater system must incorporate advanced water quality measures and best management practices into the overall system in terms of water quality. Finally, the third part of this resolution or motion, that CME be informed that its stormwater management plan will not be approved per Section 6B of Section 219 Covenant and Easement, and it will not be approved until the District of Metchosin has written assurances on the processes and practices that will be implemented to ensure water quality protection, as well as clarity on post-construction management, maintenance practices, and other vital matters that would constitute a comprehensive stormwater management plan. So, in short, what I'm asking is that we provide clarity to the developers that we're looking for a complete stormwater management plan with clarity on what we will see there, not what is recommended. And I just use that word recommended because the second version of the plan itself made recommendations around bioswales and a recommendation around the use of oil and grit separators. So those are two water quality measures. But a recommendation left without verification, just you're left to goodwill as to whether it will actually be implemented. So now what I believe is that this will actually help Mr. Hurley. It will give him the clout, I guess, if you will, from council and clarity as to what we expect. I cannot believe we are expecting anything but high environmental standards from the detention pond. Sorry, from the stormwater system that finds its way into the detention pond. So I make that motion. I don't know if I have a second.
I'll second.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Discussion. Do you wish to motivate on that more?
I think I've spoken enough.
Okay, Councillor Donaldson.
No, I think that's quite conclusive. Me too.
Okay. I have a question. Oh, go ahead, and I'll ask my question.
So I haven't read the latest report that we've been provided to council and to the chairs of MEASC and PTASC. But so I'm going to speak in support of what you've written here, Councillor Shukin. But I just want to mention that I'm pleased to see that things are moving in the direction that most of us have talked about in the past. So there's a positive thing going on here. What's I think a little bit confusing is the notion of what is a stormwater management plan. And so whereas I'm interpreting Mr. Hurley's notes, but he's saying, look, the stormwater management plan is the overview piece, and then we've got to do the detail work, and we need to push our agenda on the details, which we've written about, and PTASC and MEASC have at least commented on some of those points, and we've also heard from the public. So I think it's in good shape, and I appreciate what you're doing is just giving some more strength to the position that we have. And maybe the other comment I would make is, just so we don't miss it, I'm reading here, Langford agreed they would produce a memorandum of understanding about the future operations and management. So that's good news, because we're looking forward to that. We haven't received the agreement yet, but at least that's happening. So my only question then about the motion specifically would be advanced water quality measures. And I see that in the previous reports they're talking about grit separators and sort of seeming to be mechanical types of approach. And I wonder if these advanced water quality measures, we don't want to knock out the green stormwater infrastructure that we've been talking about. So I just wonder if the wording is ideal for that, or we don't want to drive it away from the green approach, I don't think.
Councillor Shukin?
I would agree. I mean, I'm searching for terminology, and I mean, I did have a chance to speak with Mr. Hurley, I think last week. He did mention that the use of bioswales it's not a new idea, but it would be considered, a step toward an advanced system. So that is what I'm looking for. The one thing, of course, unlike water treatment, stormwater doesn't really go through a treatment plant. You filter it, you let it settle, so it's really minimal. But again, the use of bioswales, oil and grit separators, they can help. But I don't know what else is there, but Colquitts will have an idea of this. So.
Okay, go ahead.
So I just offer that with that understanding, I'm happy to support it, and it's just that conversation with Mr. Hurley.
Correct.
Go ahead.
Sorry, and the one thing I will add here is, again, the Section 219 covenant allowing for the stormwater detention pond became known in December. The owners of Lot D, who have the ability to put that there, they're using the covenant. They're making the most of it. And we have rights, or we have obligations as the owner of that land through that covenant, but we also have rights as well. And this is what I'm asking us to do, is to take up and make the most of the obligations that the developers have to us. So.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll also speak in favor of the motion. One thing that I'm very pleased to see the information on quality being addressed finally. I'm just wondering if we can get back to the quantity question. Are you comfortable with the quantitative analysis of the flow? Because what it analyzes is not flow, but it measures the amount of water up and down in the detention pond. are you comfortable with that assessment? Or should we have, I'm asking both you and Councillor Donaldson, are you comfortable with that, or there should be a different way to measure, to quantify that flow?
That I cannot answer. I will, I have seen from the earlier versions that Colquitt's did comment on that. And through those comments, the developer did make changes, which was actually to increase the expected flow, as I recall. But it wasn't, it was kind of little scenarios where the increases came. So I'm happy to go with their advice. What again triggered me to this and to the risks I believe we face if we don't clarify is, again, all the water quality things were only recommended. They weren't, the plan did not say they were going to be in the system. There was no confirmation of that.
So would you be interested in amending this to include up-to-date methods for quantifying the flow?
I'm happy with the way it is now.
Okay.
I don't have any ability to say whether it's a good thing to do or not.
Okay. I still have concerns. Councillor Donaldson, do you have any concerns?
Yeah, I think I understand where you're going. As a person who lives actually on that creek, and the amount of flooding that we have seen in the last couple of years ago with the atmospheric rivers through the province, but right here at our back door, literally, and what is potentially going to happen because this development is clear cut at the north end. There was all the trees, all the dirt, and now the rock is being blasted away. So that water's got to go somewhere, and I'm not sure if this pond's going to be big enough, and how fast it's going to flow. So, and where are the bioswales going to be? This is the first I've heard. We've asked about bioswales. We've not seen any plans as to how or what it's going to do, if it's going to slow it down or not. We understand how it works, but I'm not sure how much is in that plan.
Okay.
So yes, quantity of water is significant.
Okay. Councillor Gray.
So I would just comment that some of that is in the covenant that we have, and we didn't have a meeting with MEASC about this because it was the summertime and we weren't able to do that, to pull it off. But in Mr. Hurdy's report, he's saying things like the volume and the outflow rates weren't commented on, and that's partly because MEASC, and I don't believe PTASC either, have the technical background to comment on it. We really needed to leave it to the professionals.
It was a professional that pointed that out to me. It was a professional engineer that pointed out that what they were measuring the pond going up and down. They weren't measuring the actual quantity. And I think that would be a great thing to point out to Mr. Hurley and get his opinion whether they're using up-to-date best practice management on quantifying the flow.
If I'm happy to support an amendment to that.
We could simply add in in the first paragraph, best management practices in terms of stormwater quantity, and then carry on.
Or a second motion.
Okay.
You don't like that?
I don't, to be honest with you. I feel like this is so. This is such a. Sorry, one more time. How would you amend?
I would amend it by that council further engage Colquitt's engineering to seek its advice on best management practices in terms of stormwater quantity and quality and other related aspects specific to the stormwater management system at Centre Mountain Estates.
Okay, I'm happy with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I just?
Yep, go ahead.
I'll just offer that Colquitt has looked at that and provided advice on that specifically, and then the proponents have responded and I think met all of his requests. So he may not have more to say on that issue.
But he might have something more to say. I don't know if they've used best up-to-date management practices.
Okay. What I feel like I've seen in reviewing the Colquitt's material, it was all really oriented toward Langford and Langford's perspective. And we are essentially the receiving party.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's maybe worth having another look at. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is a motion amended by Councillor Shukin, Councillor Donaldson.
I think okay, so the motion came, okay, sorry.
We had the original motion, and then I amended it.
Yeah.
So let's deal with the amendment.
Yeah.
I amended it, you seconded it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who seconded? I'm not sure.
Councillor Donaldson seconded it. Let's deal with the amendment. All in favor of the amendment?
Could we read it out, please?
Yeah. That the amendment would be that council further engage Colquitt's engineering to seek its advice on best management practices in terms of stormwater quantity and quality and other related aspects specific to the stormwater management system at Centre Mountain Estates. And then it would carry on to the two other paragraphs. Okay, that's the amendment. Call a question on the amendment. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So the main motion, the 3 paragraphs with that amendment in it, moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. More discussion? If not, all in favor? Mm-hmm.
I just wondered, would it be appropriate to ask our administrator just if she has any comments on the process?
Say that again.
I'm just wondering if, through the chair, if we might ask Ms. Janowski if she had any comments on their process.
Ms. Tarnowski, would you like to comment on the process?
So the process of the motion or the review?
Yeah, providing this to Mr. Hurley for follow-up. Is it making sense in terms of his work, do you think?
Yes.
Thank you. Great.
Okay. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you for that motion. Okay, we've got some reports for information. This is the first one on page 29 is a staff report. On the District of Metchosin Public Communication Report statistics for July and August. This is on page 33 and 35. I will take them both to receive from information. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Anybody have any comments? There was an additional 26 public communications report between July and August. No? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. And then we have the District of Metchosin Building Inspection reports for July and August on page 37 and 39. Anybody have any comments? If not, I'll take a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the CRD Bylaw and Animal Care Services report from July 2023 on page 41 and 42. We have a summary here. Anybody have any comments? If not, go ahead.
On the receipt.
Move receipt. By Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. And then we have the correspondence for action on page 47. We have a letter from Evelyn Schumacher, the Vice President of the Juan de Fuca Seniors, a request for report. You've all read the letter. I just wanted to ask the question of our finance chair. Do we have any money outside of the budgeting process that we could use for this ask? And it's for a seniors craft, I think it was craft fair or a fair. They wanted a filled basket to auction off. Do we have any money?
When this came in, we'd had some discussion on that, and the conclusion was that not at this time. So I responded to her suggesting that she partake in our grant and aid, and she responded back by thanking us for that opportunity and we'll look forward to that in the future. This was specific to replacement of their stove. They have a big fundraiser coming up. This was adding to that fundraiser. So.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I'll take a motion to receive for information. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Gray. Is that okay? No?
Well, is there a reason why we're not supporting them this time?
Because it's outside of the budgeting process and we don't have anything budgeted for this. We don't have any money left in our grants and aid. We will date up it right to zero. Yep. Okay, so moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Schuken. To receive. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you. Moving on to the correspondence for information. We have a letter from Mayor Brenda Locke, the communication regarding the City of Surrey police jurisdiction. We'll take that as a letter for receipt, if that's okay. Moved by Councillor Gray, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And the two letters I'll take together, one from Ms. Saluk and one from Ms. Sutherland regarding the appreciation for the Volunteer Appreciation Night on page 51 and 53. I'll take them both. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And then we have a letter from Bert Harrison from the Machosen Museum Society on page 55, thanking us for our grant and aid. Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And then we have correspondence received regarding 4696 Beckingham Road rezoning. This are letters from Nicole Schuken, Beth Bacon, Morgan Yates, Joan Rosenberger, Gary Smurfett, Allison Leduc, as well as 3 other letters. Is it 3? No, it's more than 3. Other letters from Robert Chabot, Beth Bacon, Dave Stevens, Matt and Evelyn Loken, Denise Coors, Ryder Bateman, and Tamara Ballard. These were the pinks. So with that, I'll take all of those received for information and referral later on. Moved by Councillor Donaldson, second by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving to the section 12A on page 83. This is the permissive tax exemption bylaw.
Would recuse himself, please, for received
conflict of interest? Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just wondered if we could deal with them separately, and then we have the advantage of Councillor Donaldson's viewpoint, and then I would step out when we talk about the Machosen Hall Society.
Okay. Just let me get to that. Let's deal with them separately. We'll move first to the Victoria Motorcycle Club, okay? And that was the item that Councillor Donaldson said she might have a perceived conflict of interest. Okay, so the discussion, this is the permissive tax exemption bylaws that we allow every year. The recommendation is that Council give first, second, and third reading to the Heritage Tax Exemption Bylaw number 688, and that Council give first, second, and third reading to the General Tax Exemption Bylaw 2023-689. You've got the background there. There are some discussion points here. There's 5 different organizations from Machosen that are currently benefiting from the permissive tax exemptions covering 10 separate parcels of land. We'll deal first with the Victoria Motorcycle Club. We had a couple of comments from individual people this evening regarding that. Okay, is everybody at the same place as I am on page 84? Okay.
So Mayor Little, when we go ahead to, hearing no concerns and moving along with this, when we go ahead to, we're going to do first and second reading of Bylaw 689 on page 89.
We'll eventually do that, but I want to speak right now to the Victoria Motorcycle Club. Does anybody have any, and actually, yeah, go ahead, Ms. Tarnowski.
Council, so this bylaw is being considered as a whole, so that's all the properties, so you're not able to discuss each item itself, because the bylaw is consisting of
Okay.
all of the properties.
And so we have two councillors that want to recuse themselves, so it will be the three of us that actually pass this bylaw?
That
Okay.
works. So I'll recuse myself.
Okay. Okay, so.
I'd like to speak to the issue when I come back. But
you can't speak to it if you've already, if you
not
review yours.
about this, but about the topic.
Okay, well, why don't you sit down and speak to that right now, but not the Hall Society, is what you're saying? Okay.
Well, I wanted to make a motion, but...
Okay, okay, out you go.
Yeah, when I come back, I will.
Okay.
The motion's about tax exemptions in general, not about the specifics of any particular group.
Okay. Okay, the three of us. Can we discuss the Victoria Motorcycle Club along with everything else? Do you have any concerns, any comments? This has been past practices. These organizations, these 5 organizations have received permissive tax exemptions in the past. I will support this motion. I've looked through this. I do recall hearing from many of these individuals. I think the points that Mr. Domney made, that we are providing a tax exemption for the BC SPCA, and I think that warrants a discussion. Perhaps the councillor in charge of would it be the agriculture of squirrels? Since Councillor Donaldson's out of the room, we'll give her that one. If she could have a conversation with Wild Ark. She's also been on a tour as well of Wild Ark, so we could ask her to have that conversation. Go ahead.
Oh, Mayor Little, I have no concerns with any of the organizations and the permissive tax exemption. I do recall the discussion that the past council had around the motorcycle club, and I'm fine with the direction that the previous council set on this.
Councillor Ebb.
Just regarding the squirrels, I would like to see letters sent to the SPCA and to the province regarding the issue of squirrels with Wild Ark. Otherwise, I don't have any problem with any of them.
So rather than a conversation, you'd rather a letter sent?
Yes, they can talk about it anyway. I think it's more an environmental thing.
Okay.
But that's something maybe we can bring up later.
Okay. Okay. So with that, I'll call the question on. Is that okay? And then we're going to do first, second, and third reading, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So with the first reading, shall I read it out in full? Okay. That council of the district have been chosen in an open meeting and act the following. The bylaw may be cited as the Heritage Tax Exemption Bylaw 2000. What?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I just have to ask for a mover and seconder for first reading and the second and third readings.
Okay. I couldn't hear her. So go ahead.
I'm going to move the first reading of bylaw 688.
I'll second.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Did you want to say something, Ms. Tarnowski?
Yes, bylaw 688 requires 2/3, so that's the heritage one. And then the other bylaw, 689, is 3 out of 5, majority is sufficient. So for the heritage bylaw, we will require 4 members.
So we're doing 689? I think, did you say 688 or 688?
So one requires all 3 of us, and one requires 4 of the 5.
Okay, I'll move first reading then of bylaw 689.
Second.
Okay, call the question. All in favor? Okay, that's first reading.
Move second reading of bylaw 689.
Moved by Councillor Epp, seconded by Councillor Shukin. All in favor? Go ahead.
And move the third reading of bylaw 689.
Second that.
Epp and Shukin, all in favor? Opposed, carried. Great. Okay, now, so we have a bit of a problem. No, we don't have a bit of a problem. Okay? Perhaps you could explain to us why we don't have a problem.
Then by bylaw. If you refer to on page 87, so bylaw 688 is dealing with the heritage tax exemption, and there's only one property, and that's the church. So that's not the land below the church itself, but it's for the land surrounding the church. So this is for heritage, and there's only one property we're dealing with.
That's the Anglican Synod?
That's correct. That's on page 87.
Okay. And so neither Councillor Donaldson nor Councillor Epp or Councillor Gray had conflict with the. Okay. Okay. So we could ask them both. Do you have a conflict?
No.
Okay. So we'll yeah. Let's get them back up. Okay. So we're just hold your horses there for a sec. We're going to give first, a second, and third reading to the general tax exemption because, sorry? Is that right?
Yeah.
The heritage tax was only to do with the church, the Anglican Synod, and the rest is for the general tax exemption. We needed more than 3 of us. We needed a 4/5 vote. Okay. That's why we brought you both back. Okay? Is that okay with everybody? So we're going with the first, second, and third reading of 689.
I would move bylaw 688 for first reading.
Second.
689.
Are we on the right one? 688?
688. We've done
Okay.
689 already.
Okay. This is moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Go ahead.
Mayor Little, I would move second reading of bylaw 688.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mayor Little, I would move third reading of bylaw 688.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, seconded by Councillor Epp. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Good. I know it's getting late. Just stay with me for a bit. Go ahead.
I don't think I properly said why I recused myself, but it's because there would have been a conflict of interest that I had remained because I'm a trustee of the Metchosin Community Hall.
Okay.
That was my rationale.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder, I had a motion to make about the exemptions. In keeping with our strategic planning and experience with the district and the Boys and Girls Club, I would like to move that staff provide council report outlining the property size and zoning of each of the tax exempt properties and the number of years each property has received tax exempt status, with the report for some upcoming meeting of Finance Committee.
Mm-hmm. And would this be for information or action? What is it that you're getting at? What actionable item would come out of that staff report?
Well, I recall that I mentioned the Boys and Girls Club, but maybe I should see if there's a seconder and I could talk a little bit more.
I second for discussion.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Moved by Councillor Gray, seconded by Councillor Shukin. Go ahead.
yeah, my understanding, I wasn't at council, of course, at the time, but the Boys and Girls Club, that I had received tax exempt status for quite a long time and then made a move that I want to choose my words carefully, but
Went against the spirit?
Thank you. Went against the spirit of the tax exemption. And so then there was actions taken by council to help change the circumstances. So I was thinking it would be wise for us not to have a repeat of that, just to get a look at what is the zoning, are there any issues with any properties here that we might seek further discussion with the owners of the properties, to avoid a similar circumstances to what happened with the Boys and Girls Club. No reflection on current ownership or anything like that, but just avoiding problems in the future. So I thought at first it was information only in answer to your question, and then that might lead us to have some discussions with some of the owners depending on what we learned. I don't see any documents how they're currently zoned, and I don't know about that, so I just thought it would be useful information.
Okay, does anybody else want to discuss this? No? I'm a little bit reticent to ask the staff to provide a report that we're not going to be able to move on. There's been no indication that any of these other 4 organizations have given us any reason to think that they were going to make a move that is not within the spirit of the community. But if it's really important to you, go ahead.
I was going to say we did have, when we were dealing with the Boys and Girls Club, we did have quite a big discussion on this. And I know speakers from the Motorcycle Club, and you know, it was we did talk about it quite a bit. And I do think that if we are going to discuss it again, that we should do it during budget talks.
Okay. Okay. Just a moment. Ms. Tarnowski?
I was going to suggest that I am aware that we've had previous discussion. If it's just for information, that staff just provide that report that previously submitted, just for information.
Would that be acceptable?
So it wouldn't allow a lot of staff time, except.
Great. I don't know what's in the report, but it just seemed to me that we should have eyes open, see where we're going. And it wasn't so much that I thought we should take action, but rather get the information so we knew whether or not we should take it, whether there was any action to be considered. And as far as I know, the Boys and Girls Club, the district wasn't aware that there were going to be any changes, and suddenly it was upon us. So it's just a preventive thinking on my part. Okay. So and I don't disagree with what Councillor Epp is raising, which is if there's action, that would come at perhaps at a different time. But just to get us clear about what's going on. So the earlier report, and then in addition, this information that I'm asking about if it's not in the report. Thank you.
So what you're asking for is an additional report and the earlier report?
No, I was interested in knowing, I thought these would be the things that we might like to know. The property size, the zoning of each, and then how long they've been receiving tax exemption. Perhaps that's all included in the report, and if it wasn't, then just that information on 4 properties, 5 properties, that I don't think it would be a lot of work.
Okay. Everybody's clear then on that motion? Okay. Anybody else wish to speak to it? No? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? All opposed? All opposed. Noted that all opposed. Okay, thank you very much. That motion carries. Okay. Moving on to what everybody's been waiting for, on page 93, we have a report from. We have a report from our planner to our interim CAO. I'd like to speak first. In the interest of greater public interest, I'm suggesting to Council, I'd like you to consider option 2 on page 97 of the agenda package. In the interest of making evidence-based decisions, I'm really concerned that I don't have all the necessary information to make the informed decision that's required of us tonight. I'm not suggesting that we deny the application. I'm suggesting that we take option 2, that Council requests further information from the applicant or clarification from staff. Specifically, in the interest of greater public interest, we need to do, as Mr. Saluk suggested, our due diligence and obtain the necessary information, because there's new information in the last couple of weeks, specifically the new information on the fish, the cutthroat trout, and what is upstream of that. I'd also like to see some information on the well feasibility study using up-to-date data and accurate groundwater level data. perhaps we can contract a second hydrologist opinion. I'd like more information on an estimate to bring in piped water, either from the CRD or by a third party with piping built to the CRD standards. And I'd like to know what is the exact number of lots that the developer would be allowed if they went straight to a subdivision, to a no amenity subdivision application. Is that number 14 lots or 18 lots? There's a big difference. When I spoke to the planner last week, she said it's somewhere between 14 and 18, but I'd like to nail that down. And most importantly, for the greater community interest, what are the unintended consequences regarding opening the OCP for review? I think we should seek a legal opinion for this, because that is, as Mr. Slook and others have mentioned, a watershed moment for us. I'm very, very reluctant to open up the OCP, and I think that would be in the greater community interest. Thus, I have my concerns. Because of the community concerns, because of the greater public interest, because of all the feedback that we've received, I think we need to be very careful in our deliberations and make informed, evidence-based decisions. So with that, I'll ask for comments from the rest of you, and who would like to speak first?
Did you want a second to that?
That would be good.
Yeah, I will second it.
That's moved by Mayor Little, seconded by Councillor Donaldson. Comments?
Sure.
Councillor Schuken.
Great. Mayor Little, I'm with you on this. I have to say, over the last few weeks, I've had a chance to reflect further on our consideration around the amenity zoning request for 4696 Beckingham. And I've also had numerous conversations with community members. What is clear in that moving ahead with this is we just can't take this lightly, especially with the spot revision that would be required within the OCP. Now, I grant that section 6.8, it does say that it can be modified, and that's a section you'd be amending, under exceptional circumstances. And it's been asked, are we at exceptional circumstances? And you know what? We might be, given the changing pattern of the groundwater resource, and the development pressures that we face. But others have pointed out that, if you go in to look at the OCP again and other sections, you'll find this statement. It is essential that the plan be adaptable, the OCP that is, and must not permit piecemeal amendments which disregard the spirit of the original intent. So, again, I think the statements in the OCP beg us, though, to be very careful, and I think that is what you're suggesting. I fully support getting some legal insights into what a spot amendment might mean in terms of other developments. The big question, of course, is water and the number of dwellings, the number of lots, more so the number of lots that could go on this property. Is it 24? Is it 20? Is it something less? And I mean, there have been comments made about 14, 17, 6. I think that information about the prior subdivision would give us some insights into what is possible there. So I'm in favor of seeking more information to that. So again, there is a complicated equation around homes and water, and I believe that we need some more information. So I've got some points in terms of specifics about what we could use, but I'm very happy to support the moving to option 2. So.
Okay. Anybody else wish to? Councillor Donaldson, go ahead.
Those are all really good points. Many I have made notes of as well, including the quote of the OCP at the top of my page here. I stand by that from the last meeting even. We've heard a lot of numbers floating around, whether it's 14, 17, 19, 20, 24. The one thing that I do know, and from being on the One People Water Commission, is that when there are developments, it is the developer that pays for the infrastructure to be put in, not the residents of a community to pay for that. And so when we have water issues throughout our community, we have a history of that. This is a serious concern, and we've heard a lot of that in this room. When the Arden Road neighborhood were running into problems at the time, and I've spoken to some of those neighbors as well as to what took place back then. I lived here at the time. We were able to get things like infrastructure grants and such. Now that development already took place, and eventually there were problems with wells. And the neighbors had to pay for it, and it paid back in their taxes, even with the infrastructure grants. Not everybody hooked up, that's a choice. In reading some letters that have come back from the developers just in the past week, still insinuating or suggesting that the residents should pay for it and that it's a benefit to our community. It's a benefit in some ways, yes, but that other residents along Kangaroo Road could also hook up. That's a cost to them. So they're asking for us to grant them an extra 10 lots, if it were 14 to 24. And then saying that this is a gift for these other residents that could hook up. There's some very long driveways there that seniors live on. They may not ever afford it. So we need to go back to the OCP, not consider piecemeal, permitting any kind of piecemeal amendments to it. It is a good document. It's our guiding document for this community. We've heard loud and clear from residents. We haven't gotten to the public hearing process, thank goodness, at this point. There are a lot of numbers floating around. I'd like to see some facts. I talked to a realtor as well a month ago, $30,000 uplift per dwelling. 14th of August, $50,000. It's all over the place. We don't know. But developers are in a business to do a business. Our business is this community. And to be accountable to the people that live in this community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Epp or Councillor Gray, would you wish to speak? Councillor Epp.
Well, I'm willing to go with option 2, with answers to specific questions that we have. But I also I was in support of the development at our last go round, and my reasons for that haven't really changed too much. Getting a legal opinion on a site-specific amendment to the OCP would be important, because what really concerns me is the provincial initiative for housing, and Metchosin is on their radar for that. And regardless of what we want the OCP to be, the provincial government can just step in and make changes to that. I felt that this subdivision, with whether it's 17 lots, would be potentially 34 families, or what they proposed. There's still going to be a lot of people moving in there, but I feel that the trade-off is that we can kind of come to a Metchosin compromise, and that we can allow still rural properties, rural 2-acre properties, and since I live on one, I still consider ourselves rural. But then we also get our 40 acres of parkland preserved, as well as a lot of environmental covenants that are really important to this community. And I really like the idea of that environmental protection. So, I still, in general, support this development. I'd be happy to see fewer lots, obviously, but I think there's a lot of reasons to look at it and, favorably. But getting the answers to some of these questions would be good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gray.
Yeah, in order to assess properly the developer's proposal, I think I agree, conducting our due diligence is best. My interest is the public interest, protection of the watershed and the aquifer, and the lowest reasonable density as recommended by MEASC. At the same time, I want to recognize the developer, what they've put forward to us, as Councillor Epp is just running through, is quite appealing. And so I'm up for getting information and then sorting out where we go from there. Not meaning to push the owners away, but rather to say, well, we've got some numbers, let's take a look at them and let's get our staff back discussing it with them. What I wasn't sure about was just the specifics in your motion. So I'm thinking about the pipe water estimate itself, which you mentioned. The water drilling and related costs, just confirming those. The savings from clustering lots, and the increased lot price, which Councillor Donaldson just mentioned with pipe water. And then what in one correspondence says the higher sales absorption rate, described otherwise as how quickly you sell, there's value in that. And then the precise lot size, like if there's a survey, it would be great to get the survey just to be sure what we're dealing with there. So thank you for the motion.
Okay, so if we could articulate very clearly, we are asking for that, I'm recommending that council request further information from the applicant for clarification from staff. What I was recommending was any new information on the fish, the cutthroat trout, not only is it in its area of the lake, but upstream in the watershed of that pond, lake. I was asking for a feasibility study using up-to-date and accurate groundwater level data, perhaps a second hydrologist opinion, more information on an estimate to bring in piped water, either by the CRD or by a third party with piping built to CRD standards. What is the exact number of lots the developer would be allowed if they went straight to a no amenity subdivision application? Is that number 14, 18? What is that number? In terms, most importantly, I said that for the greater community interest, what are the unintended consequences regarding opening the OCP for review? Can we get a legal opinion for that? There was two others that you added. That was for the
drilling and related costs. Sorry, the water drilling and related costs.
Drilling and related costs. And you would like to probably compare those to the cost of the piped in water.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other item,
the increased lot prices with pipe water that Councillor Donaldson has mentioned.
Increased
lot prices.
Lot prices. And that would, of course, be pure speculation based on past data.
Well, we have a number from the proponent of 750, so they've got that from someone, they've got experts who've given them that. So it'd just be a similar checking that. But somebody that we engaged to do that for us.
Mm-hmm.
What was mentioned, a higher sales absorption rate. Again, that's a estimate, I guess I'd say, rather than speculation, but I take your point, it's difficult work. And then the savings from clustered lots. And if there's a survey available, it'd be great to see that.
Survey. Okay. I've got all those down. Is everybody, go ahead.
I'm just going to give the items that I thought off the top of my head in terms of more information. I would say a verification of the cost estimate and bringing pipe in water to the subdivision. We have one from LIDA, but I think it should be verified and validated by a third party.
Mm-hmm.
Evaluation comparison of pipe lots with pipe water versus well water. I think that's already covered in some of the things you mentioned. That, and also including value uplift around fire protection. I think you may have already covered some of that. So
mm-hmm.
Yeah. The way I would phrase the question about the OCP amendment, is ask external legal counsel what are the implications in terms of future development proposals if we were to do the spot zoning.
Okay.
And then background on the prior subdivision application, which could be a staff report on what they previously seen. So,
okay.
Yeah, those are.
Okay, great. Anybody else have any other comments? I don't think what we're asking for is complex. I think it can be reasonably attained in short order. But I really thank council for taking that pause, because we really need to make evidence-based decision-making for the greater public interest. Okay, I'm going to call that question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. So that was unanimous. Okay, great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Now, moving right along, So we've got in other business, the ratification of the staff report. This is the agricultural plan request for proposal, the RFP award for the contract. The option 1 was that council award the RFP for the agricultural plan to the Uplands Agricultural Consulting Limited and direct staff to enter into the contract with a successful proponent in the amount of $39,840, excluding GST. Okay, so motion by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And secondly, the staff report, there were requests for development variance at 1050 Matheson Lake Road. The option 3 was recommended from committee that council deny the application for development variance permit 2304 prior to soliciting input from the surrounding residents. Okay, moved by Councillor Donaldson, seconded by Councillor Epp. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And I think that is it. We won't have question period this evening because this goes beyond 9:30. And with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Shukin, second by Councillor Donaldson. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody.